Oh, another match point.
Incredible third set here.
They changed their strategy a little bit and they fought their way back in.
There it is. Game, set, and match. Welcome to the 2025 APTA National Championships, and we are live from the Philadelphia Cricket Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, bringing you the men's and women's national championships with live streaming brought to you by the APTA membership and our tour presenting sponsors, Volley and Corient. And local support has been provided by the following tournament sponsors: MAPTA, the Metropolitan Area Platform Tennis Association, our platinum level sponsors, Philadelphia Insurance Companies and Xfinity, gold level sponsors, T. Rowe Price, BLBB Financial Advisors, Beach and Morrow, Fathers and Sons, 1986 National Champions, silver level sponsors, Pond Lee Hockey, Rothman Orthopedics, Pure Hockey, Royal Bank of Canada, Falcon, and Total Platform Tennis. And the official ball of the national championships has been provided by Xenon Paddle, and I'm Brad Easterbrook with Mike Raleigh. We are at the penultimate time here with the men's final with our number 3 seeds of Nunez and Powers against the number 2 seeds of McNerney and Morgan. Mike, we're looking for a barn. It's a heavyweight battle from the semis into the finals
here.
Yeah,
this is extremely excited to be calling the match and having a front row seat for, you know, what is the premier event in our sport. You know, the whole season has started, or it's led up to this. And I'm real anxious to see how this match plays out. I think it's going to be fast and furious at times, and then also be ground down to, you know, Graham being more of the court general, Graham McNerney working the, you know, but really looking forward to it, and happy to be here.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about there. In the chair, Mike Yahimski, and you know, the storylines in this are terrific. You know, all these guys are extreme veterans, really, except for Guillermo Nunez, who's been basically shot out of a cannon, sort of like Regalado and Salazar. National champion winner last year. This season, McNerney and Morgan have had the better season, right? You know, overall, they've had the better season than Nunez and Powers, even though they are defending national champions. But you can just see the maturation of Nunez and Powers this year, and where they were 2 months ago is not where they are now.
Yeah, I agree. They kind of have, I mean, if you're going to hit your stride at the right time, they've nailed it.
Yeah, they nailed it. I mean, last year they were able to win because they're individual talents, and people hadn't seen really that much of Nunez, you know, and the cut overhead and the lefty, the ability to dink and blitz and all the talent that's there. People figured it out. And then early in the season, Powers and Nunez couldn't figure out how they wanted to play this thing, but they seem like they are dialed in now, and Nunez and Powers on the same page, and we're seeing what it can be like when you have two talents like this play that way.
Well, it's the sum of the parts is, you know, bigger than the whole. You know, that if they're playing the same, rather than just playing, but if they have got their schemes and their plans and they're on the same page, they're very dangerous.
Now on the flip side, you got McNerney and Morgan. Morgan's been around the block, multiple partners. McNerney's been like a great player in the game and a Swiss Army knife. And funny enough, this is his first final. He's been one of the best players in the game for a while now. The knock has always been he doesn't have that much backcourt offense, but he's a great volleyer, and he's probably one of the absolute best players at the net. His ability to control the ball at the net, hit cut finishers, but also he can hit like waterfalls and attacking overheads from almost the service line, which almost no one else can do. So it's an outlier, right?
Right.
And I think, you know, so either way, like if you're out there as a fan of the game, it's sort of like for McNerney, this is like full circle where he loved the game early and he got to just beat one of his idols, Johan Durant, in the round before.
Right.
And now he's out here in his first final. So you got to root for McNerney to get his first win. And Abden Morgan, who's been at the top of the game for years now, you got to root for those guys to get the first win.
Yeah.
But now you got Powers and Nunez, who've just been working it together the entire season and have come to this peak. So it's just a tremendous matchup here.
And if you're just joining us, that's Guillermo Nunez, the lefty, with the the trucker hat on there. And then on the left-hand side is Adam Morgan, Lake
cap.
Bluff, Illinois. He's the director of rackets at the Birchwood Club, or co-director with his beautiful bride. And there's Graham McNerney there.
Well, he was there. We're patting
Yeah,
him out.
he's hiding.
We'll
There
see if
he
we
is.
can go.
See,
And that's Guillermo Nunez again.
And it looks like Mark Powers is nowhere to be found. We can't find him.
I'm sure we're
But
going to
he's the
find
one
his
that,
forehand.
and
You're
there
right.
you go. Yeah, you'll hear the forehand before you see it. And there he is. And like you said, they are defending national champions. Good stuff.
Amazing stuff. So I was walking around the audience and I was just giving this, so who's your pick for the men's final kind of thing. And the word on the street was most people were picking Nunez and Powers, but everybody was qualifying that with, but it's really kind of a pick 'em.
Yeah.
Like they were going like it's like 53%, 47% kind of thing. You know, here's the thing that's the interesting considerations. You know, Regalado and Salazar, they sort of made their season on giving you nothing, and people would press, they would win points that way, and they had their own amazing skills to win points in the other way. So they would strangle you first and then just kind of beat you over the head with it. And so they're able to win the season. And the only teams that beat them on the season, yeah, Mikey Hempstead's getting there in a second. Yep. Here he goes. We'll let him do this. We'll get to that.
2025 APTA National Championship. This is a men's final round match. We'll play best 2 out of 3 sets. We'll play tie breaks in sets 1 and 2. Should the third go 6-all, we'll continue until one team wins by 2 games. To introduce the players, to my right, playing on the ad side from Chicago, Illinois, Graham McNerney. His partner on the deuce side from Lake Bluff, Illinois, Adam Morgan. And to my left, playing on the ad side from New York, New York, Mark Powers. His partner on the deuce court, also from New York, New York, Guillermo Nunez. McNerney Morgan won the spin and they will receive.
All right, Mike Yahemsky there. And what we're just getting to is that, you know, Regalado Salazar won the season by playing like this way where they don't give you anything. But in that semifinal, they actually did give them. They only got to that moment a few times in the match where they were giving them nothing. They actually made a few mistakes and played it pretty straight up, you know. And Nunez Powers were able to take that one. I really think McNerney and Morgan will try to give them absolutely nothing.
Well, I can tell you in the semifinals, McNerney and Morgan gave Johan Ront and Stephen Mitchell very little free points.
That means they're not making free errors,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
And, you know, I had spoken with the Adam prior to the start here, and I said, dude, I think you missed maybe 2 balls. He's like, well, I had 2 faults. And I'm like, and don't forget your missed drive in the top of the net. I said,
Yeah,
so
when he's going to
2
get down
plus
on
1.
himself of playing
Yeah.
almost a perfect match, might as well, you know.
But yeah, they played very well, and I think that one of the greatest things that I enjoy here will be the transitional play. Obviously, you know, that's what Graham McNerney is. I mean, that's what he does best. There's that constant pressure of the blitz behind Adam's big forehand or backhand drive, you know. And then on the other side of this coin, we've got Nunez with the lefty spin, and you know he loves to play that role of the disruptor as well. It'll be in no man's land and working, you know, moving forward, pulling back, and then the Mark Powers forehand. I mean, you know, I don't know if there's a bigger one in the game.
It's one of them for sure. And you're bringing up some great points here. And the talking points that we'll go throughout the match are, so McNerney's ability to shut down the blitz is almost better than almost anyone else's. He gets right on top of the net, and he volleys offensively down at you. One of the greatest strengths Nunez has is his ability to dink it and blitz it.
Right.
Right? You know, Morgan's ability to defend is improved, but it's been a weakness in the past. Nunez, one of his best abilities is attacking that forehand corner and going after Morgan. Will they try to find Morgan whether they switch or not? Can he stand up to the thing? These are the answers, that we're going to get as we watch this match. But the skill sets of these players, and they all know each other very well, are very well matched to sort of work against each other and for each other. And I guess it'll just come down to execution, right?
Yeah, I think it as it always usually does.
All right, we are underway. Guillermo Nunez, the lefty here, putting it in play. And it'll go signature cut overhead at Adam Morgan. And in talking to some players out there, some people, as I was kind of canvassing who they thought people were going to win and this and that, their thought process was no matter what. See, it's an interesting thing because you can decide to dump the ball to McNerney all day and he might not kill you with the forehand, but they know he's never going to miss. Mm-hmm. So some people were thinking, don't bother. It's not going to happen. Wherever they go, whether if they switch guys or don't, there was a lot of talk about liking the ability to constantly see what you can do breaking down Morgan.
Yeah.
And if he drives it, and you guys volley great. So take the drives, that he's going to make because he's one of the better drivers in the game.
And I don't think these two teams have played against each other except in the three quarters of the team. So in the finals of the Detroit Invitational, I think we called that match.
Yep.
McNerney and Morgan went down to Salazar and Nunez. They lost the first set either 6-0 or 6-1, and then came storming back and won it in 3. And Nunez was not able to break down Morgan. They lost that first set not really because of it was their inability to kind of just execute their shots, and there was no panic. They just kind of found their footing, and it was off to the races after that.
All right, a few balls ago we saw a shot that Nunez and Powers use a lot, and it's basically a baiting short ball. It's not a drop, it's just short, and they want you to try to hit it. If you drive it and it comes to them, they'll try to volley it and get into the exchange, which they think they have good success at, and if you hit it through, they'll just let it go. But they want to force the action a little bit. Now we're seeing McNerney at the net. Again, one of the best players in the country at it. And this ability kind of for Nunez to mix it up, I'm not sure that he's going to want to mix that up completely against McNerney. That's his number one strength.
Well, you already saw how he countered, Nunez was coming in, and McNerney just took that step up and volleyed the ball right back at his feet.
All right.
And did you notice there with Mark Powers had an opportunity to drive that ball?
Chose against it.
Chose not to based on McNerney's presence at the net.
Yeah, Powers won, I believe it was Short Hills last year with McNerney. He's fully aware of McNerney's volley abilities. And just got a text in from Dan Englander. He's saying that Powers and Nunez are locked in. So he likes them for this tournament win. We're going to see. I mean, I think this is a great matchup of strengths on strengths, actually. Powers' ability to hit offense from the backcourt, yet McNerney's ability to hit a good overhead from tougher positions. He's less likely to just push it in there where you get a strike on it than probably almost anyone else in the game. Morgan's ability to drive almost any ball, and he's like a coiled spring, Morgan.
Yes.
He could not hit 70 balls in a row. You hit it into him, you think you've softened him up, and he just pounces on it. And Nunez want and desire to blitz and move forward against the shutdown ability of McNerney. And you can sort of add on top of that the waterfall ability of McNerney.
Well, he's forced two lob errors or 2 screen errors from Nunez here in the first 2 points. Great serve.
Yeah, right near the crease. Morgan elects to let it go in there. He thinks it's going more backside, but it's closer to the crease line than he thinks. Shoots up the line. You bring up a great point because we brought up that example of how Nunez did play against McNerney and Morgan in Detroit. But different teams are different teams.
Right.
What we're going to see today, and if truly, and there is every indication that Powers and Nunez are a very different team than what they were 2 months ago. Indianapolis showed it here. This tournament has showed it. So we're going to see. This is going to be, I'm excited to see how this all works out. In the early stages, that's sort of the go-to ball you would want if you had to draw it up perfectly. McNerney to beat you with his forehand off the deck. Just give him a soft ball. Let him beat me with the forehand off the deck. Now, that said, he's improved with it.
Oh, that was in the 5-hour match, that we called, where he brought it out in Short Hills in the third set.
And it made a difference.
It was a difference maker.
And a difference maker, and it's positive. In the past, in his kind of career, it's almost been the difference maker in the negative, right? You're like, go ahead, bring it on. And then he'll miss one or two, then he loses his confidence. He's getting better with it. There's no question that his arrival here in the finals
Nunez, Powers,
is related to those improvements. So let's just get into the vibe here. Ooh, as we get a little feedback. Hey, Jake, what's going on, man? So the vibe here, you've been walking around the tournament.
Yeah.
You know everyone here. What's it like here at Philadelphia
It is, boy, during the, it was electric during the women's finals. And the men's semifinals, the end of the Nunez Powers. At that, I was in the stands here, and there was not a seat in the house. The crowd was cheering. And
Yep. What's unique is we just talked about the vibe there, and you could hear the guy on the mic just in the background going, okay, hey, so there is a parking lot full of people, and because this place has turned into Party Central, and there's a good couple of thousand people in that parking lot, and some of these people aren't even aware this final started. Because we just have
having so much fun.
The post-women's final,
yes,
which was down below, and this is on the stadium court up above, and they're moving everybody up in here. Now, one of the things McNerney, we talked a little bit about some of the skill sets he has. Wow, that was a tricky little shot from Nunez. He reads, moves to the center, and cuts off balls and hits sublime drop volleys. You got to try to hit behind him. Nunez he's hit two short volleys there, kind of like that mid-pace ball across the court.
Yep.
It's early in the match. I have to think that McNerney's going to start reading those and hit a drop volley.
Love 15.
And one of the overheads that McNerney hits so well is that third panel slam where he hits it hard into the side screen and that travels all the way to the center. And we've seen it come up already twice where he hit it into Powers' corner and the ball traveled so far over that Nunez was playing it.
So we used the word locked in before. I was able to call the semifinal match with Powers and Nunez against Regalado Salazar, and Powers' forehand was locked in. There isn't anyone who's ever thought it wasn't one of the best shots in the game, but there's being one of the best shots in the game, and then there's only missing one or two. You got a good look, and if you make 4 out of 5, that's a good day. You're going to miss one. He wasn't 4 out of 5. He was, he was like 9.5 out of 10, right? And that's a weapon that when he's very much a rhythm player. I've had a lot of conversations with Mark Powers over the years, and, he used words like, yeah, I just didn't have the rhythm today, so I had to grind, right? When he feels the rhythm, it's scary. It's scary.
Yes.
Yeah, it's scary. Now, he missed that one there. As we just said, it's a little bit of the commentator curse kind of thing. But Oh, so far they're
boy.
sort of picking at him, right? They're picking him apart a
15-40.
little.
On that, you notice though with each one of those drives, they're going at both Morgan and McNerney. They're not hitting the spaces, and to your point that you had said before, except there was into a space. Beautiful.
That was
Wow.
unreal,
They
though.
lead 2 games
But they've
to
in
love,
2 or
first
3 of
set.
those times, they're catching Morgan like 2 to 3 feet off the net.
Yeah.
Like, this is just a ridiculous shot, and it's a combination that they use all the time. You can see McNerney moving up. He's looking for the cutoff, but that ball was slippery.
Yeah, they were caught in a little switch there too.
Yeah, there's the Adam Morgan drive. It's like a BB. It's flat, no movement, but it's so solid. His efficiency, like his rate of not missing,
Yes.
exceptional.
And to hit the ball as flat as he does with so much pace, and yet he's able to keep that ball in play is pretty impressive.
He just sort of sets the paddle right behind the ball. It's almost like a perfect sort of like non-stroke. I would say the difference maker between, like, say, the Morgan forehand and the Powers forehand is Powers uses spin, right? So he changes it. The Morgan drive's kind of like similar, right? It's hard, flat. It's going to draw errors, but you can sort of see it,
Yep.
and it doesn't dip.
But he was able to get a fair amount of missed volleys by just making minor adjustments with his placement against in the semifinal. It was pretty impressive.
Like he would handcuff
2
of the best volleyers in the game in
Yes.
Durant and Mitchell. Yeah.
Love 15.
Now, what do you think? So let's take that error into case, right? He's going for a side back overhead. It's reasonably short ball. It's not a bad shot. He dumps it. He misses it. If I told you that McNerney and Morgan aren't going to get a good handful of those balls that they just miss like that, can they win this match?
Without misses?
Yeah,
Is that
without
what you're saying?
without misses like that, like a baseball that they just miss.
Yeah,
that Nunez and Powers
it would be
just miss.
really tough sledding for them to win. That's what they're going to.
But if I told you the other way around, that Powers and Nunez don't get that many just baseball misses, can they win?
Wait, you got to give me that question.
Sorry, that same miss that Powers just made.
Yes.
Right there in the net. McNerney does the exact same thing to Powers, but they don't. Instead, Powers and Nunez, they don't get any of those misses. Can
Right.
Powers and Nunez still win?
Yes.
See, so now we're talking about the chance of winning within a match, right? And that
Based on certain
you're
situations.
right. So what we're really saying is the window for Powers and Nunez, they're going to find more opportunities on their own paddles to finish points. Ultimately, probably than Morgan and McNerney will. Maybe that's where this match falls.
It's a
In that little
differentiator
balance
there. Yeah.
Right. And I think ultimately, as I go back to like sort of that question I was kind of canvassing the crowd with, that's just a beautiful ball there. Maybe that's why they were making most of the calls in that direction, 53-47, because it's right in that little window.
Mm-hmm. And we see early on that, I think the test here is can we tell a plan when Nunez and Powers are at the net? And we do see that they are working the ball more into Morgan's back or into the ad side. And I think to your point that you'd made earlier where they're like, well, if you dump the ball to McNerney's forehand, he's not going to miss. And so they're going to say we're going to take our chances with the offense coming out of out of Morgan's corner.
Right. They'll be able to volley a high percentage of the balls he strikes. and they'll get more misses.
And another percent, and the other percentage too. When he goes big, they just let it go to the screen.
Yeah.
And either play the transition game out of there or drive it back. It's a great lob.
So Adam Morgan, he's Lake Bluff. He's a Chicago guy. Is there a more competitive guy in Chicago or in the Chicago league system than Adam Morgan?
I would have to say no.
No, you're right. Straight up, no. Yeah.
I mean, how many more in the country?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, I left it in Chicago. You can open it up to the country. You might be right.
I mean, he is definitely in the top 5.
Yeah, it's unique when you look at sort of like the viewpoints of players, and in a strange way, we could actually bring this up with this match. That's a heck of a shot. We just talked about Morgan's offense, and there it is, and they're on the board.
Lead 2 games to 1.
To pay some bills here. With over 80 years of workman's comp experience in Pennsylvania, 20,000 plus successful cases, and over $1 billion recovered for our clients, Pond Lehocky Giordano is the workers' compensation firm you want fighting for you.
Yeah, so great game there. McNerney and Morgan just need to get on the board. And we're talking about sort of competitiveness across the board. I was about to bring up sort of mental states of people. Like Mark Powers came up, top 10 junior in the country. He played some tennis at Yale. He might have been able to play at a place like USC or other places, But his mindset is he expects to be here, and it's like an expectation.
Right.
And when it doesn't happen, he's almost like a little like, he'll have to go and assess, but it's an expectation.
Right.
I'm wondering at this point, McNerney's like a fan who has risen to the top of the game, and he's done analytics, watched matches, and right, and he's played with more partners than almost anybody, and he did it A, because he loves the game, B, because he just wants to learn and keep learning. This is his first final. Mm-hmm. He's one of the best players in the country, bar none. We talk about it all the time. But does he think like, this is where I expect to be, I expect to win this thing? Or is he like, do you understand what I mean?
I do.
These are kind of the questions we're going to see a little bit tonight. A guy like Adam Morgan, I feel like he is immune to situations. Like he's just in a competitive mode and he just does it.
Yes.
And then for a guy like Nunez, one of the things about Nunez and Powers, people are talking about they're locked in. Well, the issue before was they weren't locked in. Right. And a lot of that was, difference in how they want to play. Locked in means they're on the same page, doing the same things, looking for a way they want to attack these points. And they weren't always that way. So will he remain disciplined and locked in, right? So these are like the sort of like the 4-player questions.
Look at this little cat and mouse. Wow. Oh,
perfect cutter.
30 low.
Controlling the action. See, that's a shot right there. Very few people in the country could do.
Especially
service
from where
line,
he hit it. Yes.
Slam, third panel slam. I know I can't do it.
I'd have to be standing in the alley an inch from the net on the left-hand side to be able to get that angle. Great communication.
Yeah, we're seeing this open up now a little for McNerney Morgan. You didn't see him make these moves, these cutoffs. McNerney's starting to work the net. He's seeing the game more. The kind of like the whatever, cobwebs, whatever you want to say.
Yep.
First minute, jitters of the match are off. He's starting to work that magic at the net. And you could see Powers and Nunez. Powers and Nunez love to make the forward move, right, and to get the down-up overhead. The angles, though, that McNerney can put on it make it harder.
Yeah.
Flat out harder. He's hitting the ball more down and more up from a shorter position in the court, which means that it's going over your head faster. It's a perfect point here. Both teams working what they want. Right in the nick. Drop volley. Oh, good play. Not a good enough drop that time. Either way, creates the movement. They'll go back. Bit of a fadeaway there from Morgan.
Got caught up in the moment, I think.
Maybe. I actually think he misread it. I think it was shorter and it handcuffed him. Like, you know, he thought I was going into this, and he's like, oh, boy, there it is. Too good. Good leave.
40-15.
Yeah, even McNerney was surprised. He's like, they're probably in the booth saying that's a surprising volley miss from Graham McNerney. And he looked very surprised.
Check his temperature.
You're right. He doesn't miss those very often. Great shot, though, either way from Nunez. And there is going to be a unique thing. We talked about how, well, we'll talk about one of our sponsors first, and we'll get to that point. Well, we won't talk about them because it's 2-all. Sorry, we'll wait till the changeover.
I'll get ready.
So, right, you just get ready, Mike. But the Powers forehand was 9.5 out of 10 in the last match. Nobody's going to say either one of those balls aren't balls he was hitting, and his return was locked down, you know, at crucial moments in the game. He flagged 2 forehands there, both out, both balls he normally hits. Everybody has a miss quotient. I don't expect it to be at 9.5, but if it drops down to 6.5, right, then we're talking about a completely different situation. McNerney and Morgan, that's their moment, right? He's going to miss those 2 forehands. Let's go. We're 2-all now. Let's go.
And would you say, though, that, you know, part of those misses when you see that he's seeing a very low percentage of the balls, so they're keeping the ball kind of.
Oh, the hands. Oh, trouble. Yeah, they got to bail now. Just perfection. Great job. They lost. They gained a little control back, and then it disappeared. But the beautiful play. Look at this drop. Just dead.
Thing landed like a butterfly with sore feet. You kidding me?
You know, you rendered me speechless with that one. I had nothing. That was perfect. I feel like you worked on it. You crafted that.
You know,
you crafted that all week long.
It's been in there, baby. It's been in there.
It's been in there?
Yeah.
You crafted that. That's the greatest call in the history. So this we haven't seen much of. The attacking Nunez overhead, really working them.
So a pace like this, who does it favor?
Yeah, that's a great point. I would have said a month ago it 100% favors McNerney and Morgan. But I think Powers and Nunez have turned that corner. And I saw them play points at this pace with no problem yesterday against Weston, you know, and Frazier. So theoretically, it's a good pace for the other team, but I think these guys can withstand it now. I would say that the Nunez of a month ago would have just slammed the ball and create some transition randomly without a purpose. Just we need it. We want transition. They are still looking to invite the transition, but now they're doing it sort of in a more cohesive way. They're doing the dead drop, not just we're slamming it randomly.
Look at this. Drop. Wow.
Yep.
So they're doing it with a purpose rather than to just do it.
It's
What's
as
what
if he
you're saying.
couldn't stand the other part of
Right,
it.
yeah.
So I got to stop this, right? And I get it. And that's just a masterful drop right there because it looks like he's going to slam it to the side wire, and then he just takes it all off at the end. Spot there from Morgan. That is the one go-to they have. Just dump it short whenever you have the problem, like when you don't think there's something better to do. But then you get McNerney hitting these great controlled lobs. That's why I think ultimately we're going to see more play towards Morgan. And they'll deal with the danger with going to Morgan is he's going to hammer it at you. That's going to make him chase. Beautiful.
See the probing drives, just almost a little chip. Forcing Powers just to lift that volley up.
Trying to create some movement. He goes soft to the side wire, hard cut to the back screen, but it's not exploding to the side screen. And you're going to see this time and time again. Watch, McNerney is going to go hard to the sides.
Yep.
Hard to the sides. That is going to be the way they do this. They don't want to leave the ball hanging. Both these guys, if they get moving forward, there's a switch in the backcourt. All right, so we're going to see this too. Now, what they think theoretically that's going to do is put more pressure on the hard to the ad side. Nunez will be able to cut off some of those hard to the sides with the down overhead. And so will Powers.
Yes.
You know, either side. So this protects the sides, and it creates. Now that's a perfect one. Nobody's going to do anything with that. But this protects the sides more with Nunez and Powers. It opens up the middle, but they still have some offense. That's a tough play there.
Probably one drive too
30
many.
all.
Yeah, it's a tough one because what makes Nunez the best is when he hits that and he's in the court.
Yes.
There he hit it and he wasn't in the court anyway. I don't think he gains what he wants to even if he makes that. That's a good little spot drive, the lob there.
I mean, you watch Morgan, he works hard. You know,
Yeah.
he works hard on his volleys.
No,
He-
you know,
know,
he's like a guy who doesn't need to count his steps.
Right,
He's
yeah.
got enough in.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, he's a unique player in the sense that a lot of guys make things look effortless.
yeah,
He doesn't. He makes great volleys. He's a really good volleyer. But sometimes, like most guys just stand there and volley it. He actually can step back and make the volley, but he makes it.
yeah. and-
Right? But it's an effort. Right?
And he's got, you know, his volleying. You know, you look at his motion. His hands are very quiet, but there's a lot of
his body goes
adjustments
back
with
and
his
forward.
body.
Right.
Where other great volleyers, you see them be a little bit more. I mean, where McNerney, he just is almost statuesque at times.
Yeah, this is great. This is. So we were talking a second ago about like who this favors. I guess I'm going to go a slight amendment. This is exactly what McNerney and Morgan want. My amendment was, in the past, I don't think Powers and Nunez could have withstood this. Now I think they can hang in there for this, right? You know, but it still doesn't mean it's not what McNerney and Morgan want.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that ball that he's cutting into the side screen, I think he's putting it too much to the middle. That's a better spot. Good block there from Morgan.
I think we both agree that the favorite overhead is that heavy slice that lands through the court, moves through the court, lands deep, and is then coming off of the screen with a pretty vicious slide. And so I think that's the ball that I'm most impressed when Nunez hits it.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't give you any time, but it's very angry.
It's an angry shot.
It's going through the
yeah,
court.
no, it's a great way to actually describe it, Mike. All right, so you mind if I write these things down?
No, hey. Yeah.
Butterfly with sore feet.
Yep.
An angry slash. They don't call them golden tones for nothing. Yeah, so far we haven't seen Powers bring out an attacking overhead.
Right.
Right now it's like they're still figuring where they're going with it. They're getting no headway here. Like, it hasn't been like a combination, like they were moving these guys out.
Brad, what are your thoughts on, when you look at the tournament schedule, and then you look at how much, Morgan McNerney had played a lot of tournaments. Nunez has played a lot of tournaments. Powers and Nunez didn't get started until a little bit later in the season.
Well, they played a few. No, they played a few in the
Did they
beginning.
in the spring? Or in the fall, I mean?
Yeah, they just
They
had
did.
actually poor results.
Oh, okay.
Honestly,
All
poor
right.
results, like losing in like a quarter or semi,
Terrible.
Which is, right, exactly. Right. It's all relative, Mike. It is completely
kidding me?
relative.
Quarters?
Right,
I'd be
yes,
doing
exactly.
handstands, baby.
That's the reason why we're in the booth, Mike. But they're like, yes. Yes. It's called, we have a modicum of experience and, very little success. But so that's a good move. Nothing there, though. Terrific volley from Nunez. His hands are really soft. And he's got great racket head control, which means he can redirect the ball around blitzers or dink it at their feet. This is a perfect point for McNerney Morgan. It's what they want. And we talked about this earlier. When I said to you that they will give them nothing, this is what I mean.
Yes.
And I said that this is what sort of Regalado and Salazar had done all season, a lot. Right. And then they'd throw in a drive. It's not that they won't hit it, but they did not do this against Nunez and Power, Regalado Salazar, except for a couple of moments. Mostly they would have hit 10 balls by now. How many balls have we seen McNerney Morgan? This is what we mean when we say they're giving them nothing. They're giving him no air, no pace, no nothing until one spot happens. Huge moment there. But it only took 100 balls.
Yeah.
And if I'm McNerney Morgan, I'm still like, that's a great point for us. That's a great point for us.
A good look. I mean, he just missed it a
I
little
don't care.
bit
That's
long.
a great point for us. It's exactly what we want to do. And I think it's exactly what they want to do, because whether he makes that or misses it, it's almost immaterial. We already said sort of earlier that they're going to need Powers and Nunez to miss a couple of balls for them to win this match, more than Nunez and Powers needs it from them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So one way or another, they're going to have them missing an overhead, right? Or just a basic ball. And this is how you get people to miss a basic ball. Make them play more of them.
Right.
Oh,
love
great move from Morgan.
It's like
Did he jam his shoulder or
Yeah,
something?
it
It looked
looks
like
like he
he's
went hard.
pulling himself. A nice move. And he's walking it off a little. He got a little semi-stinger there. All right, so it's deuce. And Nunez has used that soft one to the side rail a couple of times. That time,
he made him pay.
yeah. Oh,
Nice little. That was the fadeaway.
Advantage,
Yeah.
That was a
McNerney,
great-
Morgan.
amazing shot. I think Nunez actually tried to hit a drop winner there.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I think he could have made it.
You don't think he was fooled?
I think he was fooled and
then
then
went
tried
to
to
try
hit
to
a
do-
drop winner. Right,
He
right.
he doubled
right.
down.
I think
He
he could
doubled
have.
down.
Yes, exactly. But that kind of is what we're talking about. That's perfect. That's what they want.
Yes.
You know, he could have probably just popped it back in. At least that's how it looked to me. But, you know, but he went for a drop winner or something that actually controls the point from a bad situation, which is exactly what McNerney and Morgan want. But if you remember the first couple of games, this is a far cry from those first two
Yes.
games that Nunez and Powers won.
Yes.
Since we've gotten to this, how many games have they won?
That they have not.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a goose egg, right? You can actually hear the crowd noise in the background, and I've got to imagine there is a celebration from the Elliott Burrish crowd
Do you think
going
so?
on out there in the parking lot.
Well, they had a crowd, right? I mean,
They had a full crowd. It's actually a special, I would think, you know,
Hill and
those
Weber.
guys won 3 in a
Chicago
row.
boys. They're 5-2, 30-15 in the
Challenger
third set.
final?
Yeah.
Nice. And these, you know, Lynn Burrish had her family or her parents in. You know, Sven, you know, Lynn Burrish had her father-in-law in town. Their extended family here from America, the Cornaccios, they were in town. So a lot of people out here to watch. Speaking of which, actually, you know, I think Powers has his in-laws. That's the long one we were talking about. It's the first one
Yes.
he's hit.
I was going
And
to say, we haven't
I
seen
would like
that
to
yet.
see him hit that more.
I do too. I think it's a disruptor, if anything else. You know, it's just a way to kind of disrupt and not let them feel kind of this ability to just kind of hang back and comfortable back there. But on the other hand, Adam Morgan's doing a pretty good job lobbing and keeping Nunez kind of in that service line area.
Right, where it's not a simple attack.
You know, that landing strip that's right in there, that it's not as easy to do from there.
And when you do it from there, too, you're taking out the likelihood of the shortcut, which just means your defensive coverage is so much less, right?
Yes,
You're not
yes.
forced to press forward. You can wait back, hang in there, and just keep going. These are perfect points. This is exactly the tempo McNerney and Morgan want. And so far, I haven't seen any cracks from Nunez Powers, but I haven't seen any success either. You know what I mean? It's not cracks, but it's
look
not
at this.
success.
Wow.
And there you go,
Great
100 balls
play.
later.
100
McNerney,
balls,
Morgan, they
30
lead
bad
3
jokes by
games
me,
to
and then
2.
they're up
First set.
3-2. Takes us, let's pay some more bills here, Brad. What do you say?
Sounds good to me, Mike.
Interested in volley, but your club keeps saying maybe next year? We all know how long that'll take. Why wait? Start now and bring volley to your club today. Train in the off season, level up your game, and step onto the court next fall as a whole new player.
Yeah, I recommend Volley Machine to anyone. If you haven't tried it, try it.
I was talking with John Weinlander a little bit earlier, and he is the brains behind the Volley Machine, and he was brainstorming about ways to like kick off the Nationals weekend, maybe put the volley machine a couple 100 yards out and then fire balls into the courts.
Nice.
I don't know. It's still a work in progress, I think, but
I like the idea. If it were a little bigger, I'd be willing to be like the human cannonball out of that thing. I'm not sure the volley, as advanced as it is, has the capacity to launch me anywhere more than even if I could get inside, but I guess it's just good that I'm volunteering.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so a two-love quick start for Nunez Powers has been erased, and we got McNerney and Morgan up a break here as they've been able to slow this down to a crawl.
Love 15.
And get exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah.
The one shot after 100 balls. We have not seen the Nunez blitz yet, one time, right? Which means it's either respect for the McNerney ability or they're just not getting it.
Yeah,
like he's too close to the net. There's nothing there to do.
Wow.
We've seen the shutdown ability of McNerney. So at this moment, these guys are using their skills
15 all.
exactly the way they want to.
Yeah. It's either one heck of a cornhole match or it is the men's championship finals that's going on. But boy, you can hear the crowd. Yeah, oh, is there? Okay.
So local boys in the Challenger finals.
Scott Hill is Mike Marino's head pro at Valley Low Club in Glenview, Illinois. Playing with that's two volleys this game from Graham.
15-30.
Just missed a couple. And, going by the last match in the semifinals, how many balls they were able to take off the deck on the high bounce and drive down?
Yep.
How many we gotten? I would say it's a goose egg. I don't think there's one. Yeah. Right? So, notwithstanding those two missed volleys from McNerney, I think those are outliers. Those aren't going to continue.
Yeah.
And if they continue, they're not going to win anyway. So, right, it doesn't really matter. Those are outliers. McNerney and Morgan are right now able to execute their strategy better. That said, we're still right here. We're on, sir. We're down a break, but it's just right in the meat of this first set.
Well, they've got to consolidate that break by holding. So,
Yep.
It's not a break until you hold.
That's right, yeah. Powers forehand with a drop volley
Slimy
winner.
let court.
Yes. From Adam Morgan.
Do you think he really meant the hands up apology?
I actually think he did.
Yeah, do you?
I think he's not giving the point back. But I think as a courtesy, I always feel bad too. When I do something unintentional, I truly feel bad. But I'm taking the point. See, and there's the shutdown ability. He's standing there and he stuffs it back at him. That's danger.
Yeah.
Bad
Yeah.
shot. Bad choice. Bad choice. He's
Because
got
that's
to put that in his
exactly
pocket.
what he's looking for,
It's a
right?
bad choice. This is not like, so let's talk about other teams too, like, and as amazing a season, and they had the best season, just total season, Regalado and Salazar. Regalado, Salazar, they play a little off the net. They don't stay right on top. McNerney is trolling for that off-pace ball. You cannot hit it against McNerney. You hit it, that's what happens. He drops it for a winner. And I would say that Nunez won a dozen points with that. Maybe not a dozen, but, a number of points, a handful of points against Regalado Salazar. He's got to put in his back pocket here. He hit a winner in those first two games, but it was a different type of ball, like a very different shot.
Yep, and I think, making sure that I'm fairly confident that we're going to see Nunez, you know, like you said, put that thing to bed. Leave it, you know, leave that one at home. Because of the fact that Graham closes so quickly.
Yeah, one of, you know, we talked about a bunch of his strengths, and part of it's just his size. He goes in and out. It's like his ability to kind of go into the net and out of the net to cover the lob after it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's a better player in the game.
You know,
Do you understand, from like closing in
yeah.
to just
It's
going right back to like you made him do it. You closed him in, now you pushed him back.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You know, then he just hits that hard side back from further back in the box.
Yeah, the Challenger final, Caldwell, McAndrew are now down 4-5-30 all with Hill and Weber.
That
Up
is
5-4 in the third set.
Now, are they on the secondary court? Because they weren't before. So originally part of the schedule was they would be on that secondary court. They're not. So unfortunately, there's no viewing there for our Challenger final. But kudos to those guys. I love you keeping abreast of that, because just a year ago, Regalado and Salazar, they weren't able to get into the first tournament on the main draw, the top draw. And that's how far they come. This is what the challenge is for. There are some incredibly talented players back that we're going to see here next year in the Nationals.
Oh, without a doubt, right?
And probably including Mike Marino's assistant from Chicago.
Watch your hit.
Not sure the yell was required, but added effect.
That made him fast. Oh.
No, yes, he got it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, McNerney's looking. He's thinking about it. At this point, might as well make the out call. Right? Right? The worst that could happen is you lose the point on the
That's
overall. Right? Too late. McNerney calls it in.
I would have called it long, not
Tremendous
wide.
shot from, well, we all know, Mike. You would have. You're right. It doesn't really matter what you call. You just call it out. But hell of a shot there. But even that, and Nunez invited that. We got to the point where he's decided, I'm just smashing this.
Yeah.
But I think that's a ball he misses as much as he makes, at the very least. So Nunez and Powers with the break point here. We haven't seen Powers been able to go to a lot of work with the forehand. He's using the flat, and there's the cutoff. Yes, one too many, right? One too many. That's big. He's got to stop those three quarters. I don't think it's helping the team. Is there a scenario where you can imagine McNerney playing a ball from within 6 to 12 inches from the net where it's good for your team?
No.
Correct. So you got to take that three-quarter drive out of there. He played 6 balls in that space. Now, they didn't lose, and it did force action. I'm not going to deny that. But this is the end result. That's the end result.
But
there,
that was
right there, is
actually
the end result.
a really good drive behind McNerney, and he was still able to hit that. But
here's the point. Was he 6 to 12 inches from the net?
Yes.
Doesn't matter, right? This is where, you could not hit a better drive from that position that Nunez did, and you lost.
Yeah.
Right? This is like kind of the entire point. But this is what the slow strategy gets you. You're like, now you start to think, I'm going to press this thing. I can't get anything anywhere else. Let me push this thing to another place. It's all going to work in the same strategy. Now, right now, we're not there yet, but that's where it's going to if it continues. Well, That's a great
Third
ball.
panel slam. I mean, that
I think it hit the seam too.
Advantage
Yeah.
McNerney Morgan.
double
Clearly.
whammy.
Clearly caught Powers.
I mean, you see he was all the way over at the middle of the court to play that ball.
Yeah, great bail. Ball when you hit the cross court overhead and it doesn't get to the sides green, going back is your smart play.
Yes.
Game, McNerney Morgan. They lead 4-2, first set.
All right, so 4 unanswered games for McNerney and Morgan as they are dictating the tempo and they're able to assert their strengths. The Nunez and Powers offensive abilities being countered, really. That was a big game there, Mike.
They're all big in the national finals here, Philly Cricket Club, but that was large. That's the overhead. So how much work Morgan had to do to play that heavy ball.
He got him moving enough that time.
15 love.
I think every once in a while when Morgan makes that move, should he take that drive down the line to Powers?
You think it's an easier ball to just make?
Well, and just as a slightly, he's been going at the player off the net that you normally, should. But also when he's that close to Powers, it does 2 things. He's stealing his time and distance away, but also the volley, when it does come back, will tend to go towards Graham.
Yeah,
and it's tougher to
the other
volley
guy
the ball.
can't volley behind.
Yes.
Right. No, it's a great point. In general, if you find yourself anywhere a little out of position, you hit the ball straighter, you're going to be in better position after you hit it. You hit it cross court, you're chasing.
Yeah, the volley's able to get them between the team.
Wow. Tough shot from a low position there from Morgan.
Nunez says, I'll take your McNerney third panel slam and give you one too.
But he's covered him perfectly. That's a good one. They're getting close to the crease. Yes. I was going to say, those are good because the others have been the
30
same.
love.
Like they're more into that first panel, like towards that, first post. Those he's went right at the crease. Beautiful ball.
$40 love.
All right, big strike. Nunez Powers. It's been a little while since they won a game.
They lost 4 in a row, correct?
Yep. Oh, what a return.
I almost thought that ball was off the way that Nunez was walking back to the baseline.
Yeah, I think he just realized I got no shot at this thing. It's not surprising, though, when the serve pulls you inside that the ball goes down the line. He was just leaning to the middle. I actually think this is one of the bigger stories in the game is like Nunez feasts on sort of holding the ball, pushing that low drive, and making a quick blitz behind it.
And we've only seen that once.
Well,
so
right,
far.
but the point is, he's tried it a few times. He's gotten burned.
Yeah.
Can he put it in his pocket
40-15.
or not. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, or is he going to keep doing it? Will he keep getting burned? Or will he actually gain success? I'm not sure I see a place where he gains success.
Yeah.
Just based on what I've seen from McNerney. McNerney's never off the net. He's never off the net. And if he is, he just bails.
He's out.
Right. Yeah. It's one or the other for him. So I don't see the space that you need to make that effective.
Well, you know, the other thing I'd say, too, that we haven't yet seen is really the establishment of the Powers forehand.
He's not getting them.
You know, and they're just not giving it to him. And so I would say that, you know, how does Nunez is seeing more of the balls in the backcourt here, too. How does he get that Powers forehand involved? You know, that's the million-dollar question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the obvious answer would be, a lot better. But we've talked about sort of McNerney's ability to hit balls hard into the side screen from deeper positions. You know, it's like a perfect storm of, you know, sort of strengths out here.
Yeah.
You know, like McNerney's strengths and his ability to shut down offense and control net play versus their ability to get it.
Like
and that's just such a good shot there from.
Did you notice on that one, he actually put a little bit more spin on it, took some of the pace off to get it low.
It was a great shot.
It's a good lesson.
It was not an easy ball either, by the way. That was
No.
a tremendous drive. All right, so a couple of break points saved there. I mean, not break point, game points. Now, we talked about one of the keys sort of the match, too, is Nunez overhead causing damage. What do we think on that part of it? Is it causing damage?
It's not hurting him yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think at this point the answer is no.
Shout out to the Van Burens. Exmoor members are listening on the broadcast.
Are they relatives of our 8th president, Martin Van Buren?
You know, I'll have to ask.
I'm sure they can just chime right in, given that they just got the shout out.
He is the president of Exmoor. He's the.
So he says, in some respect, there's some similarities there, regardless whether they're blood relatives or not. I love to watch, in a lot of cases, where that ball lands from Nunez. I'd love to see him getting the ball longer in the court.
Yes, yes.
Not service line land. See, that ball's not doing anything to Morgan, that one. Pounding those.
You know, and when you think back to that 5-hour marathon match that McNerney beat Regalado Salazar in Short Hills, you know, a few weeks ago. We were talking how even at the biggest moments, Adam Morgan, there was no, you know, he's pulling the trigger on that drive and absolutely, you know, like no moment was too big there for him.
Now, you know him very well, right? You know, you guys are in Chicago. I just know him from what I watch playing. And what I see, and there's the forehand. But that is the shot they want them to beat him with.
Yes.
So they are getting what they want on that one. But that was a huge game just for Nunez Powers to hang in there.
Yeah, well, they've lost 2 of those games like that. So BLBB Advisors is a wealth advisory firm founded in Chestnut Hill that has proudly served generations of individuals, families, endowments, and business owners in our community. For more than 6 decades, they've been dedicated to providing strategic, fiduciary guidance and personalized investment planning using its Plan, Invest, Succeed process.
Yeah, so Nunez Powers, it feels like bit of time. They lost 4 in a row there. That was a huge game for them. They're keeping it close. You know, we've had McNerney and Morgan basically dictating the pace. But getting back to what you were saying about Adam Morgan, that no moment is too big for him. The way it seems to me, and you know him really well, is that I don't think he processes even the moment. He's just in the moment, and he hits the ball. It's almost like you could tell him, do you know that was game point? Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as a knock. It's not a knock in one way to say at all. You know, it's more like he just is in that moment. Like the ball's here, I hit this ball. I hit it. You know, it's not even a thought process like this is 30-40, we're down love. And I might be wrong. Like he might be fully aware of all the scores and this and that, but to me it's almost like the moment isn't too big because he doesn't think about the moment. He's just playing the right ball that he plays.
That's a good point.
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to chime. What's your thought on that, though?
I think, you know, his level of competitiveness and he's just kind of like a bulldog, you know?
All right, fair enough.
I mean, but I do think that, I mean, if you're a process-based player, right?
Right.
It's the shot to hit. I'm going to hit it.
Yeah, sure. And ultimately, what's better than that?
Right. Yeah.
All right, great shot there from Nunez with a hook drive around McNerney. And we've told time and time again on the live stream, you got to hit the ball at or behind McNerney. You don't hit it away from him. And
because he's always moving that space.
He's always moving to the space.
Love 30.
All right. Now take a second. He's going to walk it back. McNerney knows as well as anyone these things are so momentum driven. And Nunez Powers quickly get their 1 game back, and they fire 2 points off right away with some big offense.
Well, I think they had, you know, the new ball. Not quite gotten the flocking. Oh.
15-30.
One too many?
One too many. Maybe two too many.
Maybe two too many. Yeah, fair enough. Great bail there. Fade away.
You've got to be careful here for if you're McNerney and Morgan. Too.
Well, they gained it here by giving them nothing, right?
It's a great point.
Now, they're winning points, Nunez Powers, on the strength of a couple of really good returns, a great hook drive there. But that's right there. That's giving them something. In fact, how the game finished before, how did it finish, right? A missed, you know, McNerney forehand. It's not that he can't miss his forehand, but that's what they want, right? You know, that's what they're looking for. All right, still game point for Nunez Powers to even this thing up. Been a series of slight momentum shifts. Ooh, that ball just clears the net, and that must have tipped the net.
So did that.
That must have. I had to tip the net because there's no way he just, you know, whiffs that ball. It just hopped right over his paddle. It was imperceptible from our point of view, but that was just a strong return game from Nunez Powers. And I guess, sort of, if we put it into stuff that we were talking about before, Mike, that's what we meant when we said they're going to win a few more points off their paddles. The return game of Nunez Powers, a little stronger. Morgan can rip some returns. Return game of McNerney is, you know, the honest truth, it would be average by consideration. You know, the rest of his parts are so good that he's able to be here in the finals. That's how good he is at the net.
Yeah.
That's how good he is at other parts. The return game, I'd say average.
You know, and if we break down the strengths and weaknesses of the two teams, that, you know, or the players within those teams, in that aspect, Morgan and McNerney are you know, the second.
Yeah, right.
Second. But then, you know, if we take that same approach.
Well, and I think we are taking that approach with all of them.
And we go into, okay, well, let's talk about our net court play. I really think that this match is going to come down to, somebody had asked me, and I said, I really think it's going to be how Graham McNerney and Morgan play their backcourt play. And, you know, are they able to withstand, and so far we've seen it, they're able to withstand kind of the heavy cutters from Nunez and weather the storm.
And I think they've been disciplined too.
Yes, yes.
You know, generally disciplined.
Love 15.
No, you and I were talking about those first 2 games went really fast.
Yeah, yeah.
In Nunez Powers' favor. And then everything slowed down to a stop. I love that shot from Powers. He can. Oh, and that's kind of a surprise blitz. Nobody would think somebody's coming forward there.
Right. He's a little thief in the night, just kind of trying to steal that volley.
See, again, I want those overhead cuts to go longer in the court.
You go.
Powers roller at the crease. I think that's also good. Like if he's going to get the ball down to the service line, hit the crease.
Yeah.
I think Morgan's going to let most of those go anyway, just because of the spin factor, but maybe not. You know.
Well, it's a tough ball to hit a block lob because that lefty spin is coming off of, you know, going sideways off the paddle. And I think they're doing a really good job of keeping these, you know, Nunez along that center or that service line to hit his overheads, where he's not able to step into the court or towards the net.
Hammered. Triple. That's a turkey in bowling.
Gobble, gobble.
I tell you, that challenger final
I
is getting
wish
a
we
lot
could,
of looks. A lot of looks from the local favorites.
Definitely more vocal than the crowd here for the finals, aren't they? Well, the hometown crowd won it 7-3 in the third set breaker.
How about that? Yeah. So kudos to all those guys. And, you know, what a great job here at the Philadelphia Cricket Club by everybody. That was the Challenger Tournament Finals. Do you want to give us a shout out as to who was in the finals?
Oh, I'd be happy to, yes. Just blanked on me there. Caldwell McAndrew versus Hill and Weber. Scott Hill is, like I'd mentioned before, he works with Mike Marino
Love
at
30.
Valley Low. And I believe his partner is just finishing up his residency as I don't know what type of, but he'll be moving back to Raleigh, North Carolina. Went to NC State and played tennis there. I got a little intel from Scott. Great drive from Adam Morgan.
Yeah, a little
Love
confusion
40.
there. Triple break point now for McNerney Morgan.
You know, and we had said earlier, and I think you had brought up the question about, you know, is Adam Morgan and Graham McNerney, are they? I don't think they are definitely proving here that they're not just happy to be in the finals. They are here with the intention to absolutely win this thing, and
I think in the first 2 games, it took a moment to just get their feet underneath them. But without a doubt, from that moment on, they've been the better team right now, and they've been executing what they need to do better.
Yep. Here comes that.
That's dangerous.
Cutter.
The problem is they both go for it. They just both went for it. Yeah. You know, and I'm not sure why McNerney went. I guess he thought he must have thought Morgan could not get there, therefore I'm the only guy, and then that's over now. Yeah, unfortunate for them because they easily could have covered that. And I think they easily could have covered that and possibly ended up in an offensive position.
Yeah.
I think the double cover also affected the shot that one of them was, that
Oh, yeah.
McNerney was able
Without
to
a
play.
doubt.
Couldn't take a good strike out of it. He was afraid the other guy's in the way. Yeah. These are the fun little.
Taking a moment here for. I'm sure they're a little dinged up now.
I didn't really see. Was there some contact?
Yeah, I think I just saw Morgan shaking his hand.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
See him
there it
looking
is.
at his thumb.
All right,
15-40.
so one break point erased.
You go.
That's the one I like more. Actually gets all the way to the side. That one popped out a little, but there it is. That's the one.
See, and it's a great combination. You get Morgan to spin, and then the next one he gets
30-40.
to grab that side screen.
That was well done there. That was probably the two best combo overheads he's put in play yet.
Yep, very deliberate too.
Yep.
Anybody that thinks that he didn't mean to hit that exact series of shots.
All right, quickly.
Deuce.
40 love games. You ever gone to a team that's lost a match, and if they lost 40 love games, invariably don't they always come, yeah, we had them 4-all love 40.
Yeah.
And invariably you're going to hear about it, right? If McNerney Morgan, it's the psychological damage as well as the damage, right?
Yeah, it's
I don't think there's ever been a match where somebody's come off, and if they lose the 40 love game, we had them 3-1 love 40. You always hear it, right?
of course.
Smart bail there from Powers. Oh, what a get. He has to invert his paddle, push it up there. Sometimes it's great if you're there at home watching the match, just watch one team at the net or one team in the baseline for like 10 balls in a row. You'll see how quickly McNerney will close and where he goes, and then he backs off. Like he gets right up there. If he anticipates any possibility of drive, he's right on. There he is. And then the moment he sees it going, he's right back.
Boy, and I'd say for Nunez to be working that lob.
Ooh, so close. I was half expecting an out call there.
But Nunez to be working the lob down the line a little bit more.
Get Powers involved.
Yep, trying to get Powers.
Oh, what a get from Nunez there.
It's quite a point.
All right, break point.
Advantage, McNerney Morgan.
Can Nunez and Powers save one more?
One thing we haven't seen too much of, or I don't know if we've seen it at all yet, is the blitz off of the Morgan forehand where McNerney comes in and blitzes. Have we seen that yet?
Nope.
That's probably the respect to the volley, so.
Oh, that's gone.
Boy.
Here's the moments we're looking at in these matches, though.
He's
He's way back behind the court. To me, that was a slightly frustrated shot.
Yeah.
Like he's forcing that action there. That's exactly the space McNerney and Morgan want Nunez and Powers to be in, and they've earned it.
Yeah.
They're playing that solid.
And if you're just joining us, we are at the finals of the 2025 Men's Platform Tennis Nationals, the Philadelphia Cricket Club. Mike Raleigh alongside Brad Easterbrook. Finalists are Nunez and Powers. You see Nunez in the, Brad, you're better on the artistic colors, but I would just call that the red hooded tee. And then Guy Nunez is the lefty. There's Adam Morgan with the black, white hat, black long sleeve shirt, and his partner, Graham McNerney, with, I haven't seen that headband on him yet. I like that one.
No, he's
Have you seen
he's
that
been
one?
rocking the headband all season
No, I mean,
long.
but that color, you know, it's a.
Oh, I don't know. I'm paying that a close attention, Mike. You know,
Yeah.
I don't have the poster in my room. You know, but
Well, you might.
I am a fan.
You might.
But so just to get back on the colors of Mark Power's shirt, I'm going to go with just red
Salmon?
heather.
Heather.
I think it's a heathered red.
Oh, I'd say
What
salmon.
do you think, Jake? Jake's giving me a head nod.
I'd say salmon.
Yeah. Nah. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, even though this is the team or the Nationals, doesn't mean the season's over yet, Brad.
What does that mean? What do
Well,
you got for us,
the-
Mike? What do you got for
The
us?
team Nationals coming up April 5th and 6th. The men will be coming to Chicago. We've got close to 400 people signed up for it already. We still do have space for a few more teams.
So the men are
Men are in Chicago.
And the women
Exmoor
are in
Country Club, and pretty much all the surrounding clubs. And then the women are out with Greg Morgan in New Jersey, and they, I believe, are at their maximum. So
you mean there is no more teams able to be found?
You know, if you've got a team out there, you can contact the APTA. I haven't gotten word since I'm pretty much just running the men's team
side.
nationals.
But tell you what, if you do have one out there, they might try to be able to find room for you. But that's how popular this event is. That just gives you the indication of how great the event is for everyone out there. It's essentially taken place of, President's Cup, which was a sort of event that happened before here. But it's even better because it involves every level.
Every level. I mean, we have the strongest team that we have. Are you ready for this?
Let's hear it.
Graham McNerney, Adam Morgan, Paul Rose, Pete Rose, Ben McKnight, and I'm missing a couple others. And
it sounds to me like you're calling them as the winners already.
Well, we're not going to anoint them yet, but we may have to, as the tournament director, I might have to call it a change and potentially split that team into two.
Sounds good.
But
the point is you're going to play at your level in a team event that is designed for maximum fun and maximum competition. And 15 all now, first fault, I believe, there for McNerney.
yeah, it's a fantastic. It's turned out to be. I would call it the largest tournament
30-15.
if you combine the men and women's in the country.
All right, 2 points from the first set are McNerney and Morgan, who have been pretty much outside of the first two games, spot on in executing the strategy they want. Their ability to play defense, spot attack when they need to, but basically, ultimately revolves around giving them very little to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing Nunez and Powers not able to get the things they need. Powers forehand, how many points has it ended in one?
We've seen it come back a little bit in the last few games.
But it's still just a couple, right?
Right.
How many blitzes has Nunez won? I'm going to put that as a 0.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. But you take away those places where they win the points, and they're not giving them points. That's the recipe for McNerney and Morgan.
Yeah.
And they are 2 points from this first set.
And we're coming up, Chicago area. We're coming up to the league finals on Tuesday night.
How big an event is that league finals in the Chicago area?
It's weather dependent, but you know what the weather is going to be on Tuesday night?
Hit me.
It is going to be 65, 70 degrees. There will be a crowd of hundreds of people at Glenby Club for the Series 1 through 3 finals.
And the Series 1 through 3 finals has, if we're talking PTIs, pretty much 80 to 90% of the people in it will have negative PTIs or just low.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that type of level paddle, and it's a blast for all the participants around and for all the fans who come out to watch it.
And our, one of the partners of the live streaming crew up there with Cal and Matt and Sean, CSM Media, they'll be live streaming that. Boy, you see the importance of this point. You can always tell when things start to roll into this very deliberate.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're doing exactly the strategy you want and hitting the ball you want. You know, what's great about Nunez and Powers is they're still, to me, locked in. They're committing to a decent strategy. They just haven't been able to hurt McNerney and Morgan at all at the net.
Yeah.
They can't do anything. They're not doing anything to them. And if they're not going to get a few points there and then be able to establish, these guys are just going to wait them out. You know, they're going to wait them out. And I'm not sure that if they can't, we talked about it the other way, where, hey, if McNerney and Morgan don't get an easy overhead miss from Powers, they're going to struggle winning.
Yeah.
Well, if Powers and Nunez don't get some overhead pressure on them, they're going to struggle winning.
Yeah.
And this is where we're at. They're giving them nothing. This is exactly how I expected Regalado and Salazar to go at this match.
And you were surprised that they didn't.
They didn't. They really did not, except for like key moments. And in the key moments they did it, they actually did succeed. But then they just kind of went back to straight up play. Look, I don't think there's anyone out there who's going to say that if this becomes a hitting fest, who's winning? It's Nunez and Powers,
yes.
right? It's not even a question, right? If we're just banking on, all right, we start hitting all the balls. Let's go.
And, and getting back to the season not ending yet, we've got the mixed and husband-wife nationals coming up March 29th and 30th at the Indian Trails Club. So there is still a lot of paddle to be played.
One of McNerney's great strengths is that it takes a really long time to bait him. Oh! He didn't get baited there. That's kind of what they were looking for.
Yeah, that was the right play.
And Morgan ripped that drive. It's a little deep in the court, so he can't get it that low. That's the only problem with it. And look at this volley from Nunez. Boom. He just sticks it back at him.
A great lesson there. He didn't try to avoid McNerney. He went right at him,
Oh, what a shot from Nunez at a critical moment.
Big
30,
players
40.
making big plays, Brad.
I mean, that was a stick return.
Yeah, man. Shout out to one of our Guy Moore, the legendary Guy Moore, is part of the broadcast crew here, also known as Daddy. Yeah, I tell you, this has been a great job here. The staff, Philly Cricket, the volunteers have made this event just, I mean, what to expect next year. I believe we're going to be at Canoebrook next year. Is that correct?
Jersey, and we've been here, taking all the notes as Bruce had called out.
I can't reverse that.
He can't reverse it. I was
'Cause
about
he
to
can't
say
see
he
it.
cannot see that. That was directly underneath him.
Game, Nunez, Powers, we're tied 5-all.
It looked like it could have been out to me.
Yeah.
It also could have clipped the line. We have no vantage point to say anything about that. And the umpire doesn't either. That's the one spot on the court, one of the few ones he has no vantage point on. It's directly under his chair. So, huge break of serve from Nunez Powers. quick little, it's like a chop lob he hit
Yeah.
there. I like, yeah. Push low.
Have you noticed that Nunez isn't hitting the big cutter overhead? We haven't seen that in the last couple points.
In a weird way, I think it's actually good because what did he gain from it?
Yeah, I think he broke down Morgan one time
Maybe.
when he did the combo.
Oddly, I like this. Now, it's going to be difficult, and it's not, I don't like it for me or you.
Yeah.
You know, because we're
Right.
going to watch this, but these guys have a shot clock. Everyone has one.
Right.
And eventually, you just dump 75 balls to McNerney's forehand in a slow fashion. If you have the willingness to do that, eventually he will pull the trigger on something you want, right? You want him to hit that forehand. You know, whatever happens after that is fine. You'll take your chances with it. That said, to do that, McNerney's one of the best at not getting baited.
Right.
You know, it takes forever to bait him. But even he has the shot clock. He's done it. Everyone does.
Everybody has a shot
Everybody
clock.
has a shot clock. You know, I mean, I have like a bedtime clock. I'm like, you know, I got a lot of clocks at this point. Medication clock, you know, like it doesn't really matter. But like, you know, but even he's not immune to it.
Yeah.
Even Drew Broderick, the man who invented slow play, isn't immune to it. The question is whether you're willing to do it.
Yeah. And the hard part, though, is that that is not Nunez and Powers. That's not their MO. Right?
No, 100%
And
it's
so
not.
you're asking them to play a different way.
But this version of Nunez and Powers that we're seeing here was losing matches because they were not willing to grind really much at all.
Right.
You know, at all. Right. Now they've shown they're willing to do what it takes to win, and they're locked into a winning strategy versus a, well, I'm committed to making this fast no matter what. Whether
Right,
the terms are
right.
good for me or good for you, it doesn't really matter. I'm just making it that way. Right? And, yeah, we'll see. Not necessarily advocating it. I don't know if it's good for us, you know, but like, it exists. And here we're seeing it. Because we haven't seen a single cut or pressure overhead applied, maybe two. And they're just going to see who's going to wait this point out. And this will be a crucial moment. Because sometimes you play these points, and platform tennis is a very mental game. And if you show a team that you're going to play slow, I can win that way too,
Yeah.
maybe it speeds them up. Odds are pretty good it won't, but you know, maybe. There's a good carve. I like that one.
Yeah, that is.
Third panel smash. Good job by Morgan.
See him kind of kicking. I have tweaked knee or ankle there.
For Morgan, I didn't see that.
Yeah, this is shows you where we're. I think where we're headed, Brad.
Well, 5-all. Nunez Powers, when the play has gotten slower, they've generally had the lesser of it. I think they're trying to prove a point that they can do this. You know, I'm not sure. That's a great little dump. I love it. You know, and Morgan does not take the bait. Great lob.
Yeah, I love that block lob. The deep lob followed with that block lob over the net player's head. Great series of lobs.
And we're still back to square one. That's what paddle can be like. You would say those are two pretty much perfect shots. But
Yeah.
still to gain nothing. So you go back to it, you just keep going.
Go back to work. You know, and we haven't seen Morgan pull the trigger and drive the ball, like I mentioned earlier, to Powers. And if he has, it's always been in his right hip. And I don't know if he's trying to attack the 2 forehanded volleys, you know, up the middle of the court with the Nunez lefty forehand there, and Powers with his righty forehand volley. How many hits do you think this point has been so far?
I'm going to go with 100. You got a shot tracker?
I don't. I wish I did. Curious minds want to know.
Little drive there. Conservative, but still effective. Powers reads that. He sees it. He sees the paddle behind. But this is when you play these long points. That was the break for Morgan. He got off script. He's like, I'm going to hit this little tricky one. But he's way back there.
Yeah, very susceptible.
It gives him more time to see it, and it goes right in there.
More space to drop it.
All right, let's just see if this is the same point they play again here.
There's the drive down the line I'd like to see a little bit more of. We'll switch in the backcourt. We've got Adam Morgan now on the ad side. The black shirt, his partner, Graham McNerney. The blue top. The headband at the net on my left. The red shirt. We have got Powers, and Nunez is the lefty there on the right-hand side. It's 5-all, 15 love. Great drive from Morgan. Wrong-footed. Nunez draws a volley error. Nice pressure from McNerney there.
15-30.
If you notice an interesting switch here, when they did change in the backcourt, now Powers is taking more of the overheads and directing the action into Adam Morgan's corner on the ad side now. When he previously had been in the deuce, Nunez was working most of the overheads into the deuce corner. It's 5-5, 30-15, McNerney Morgan. First set of the men's 2025 national championship. It's being played out in front of our eyes. Brad, and if you notice, they've made the switch in the backcourt, and they've got Morgan in there, and it's changed how Powers is hitting the overhead. The Powers is now taking more of the overheads to direct him into the ad side. A little tactical switch here in the backcourt.
Yeah, I think playing Morgan back there is definitely the play. And I think they just like the fact that he's going to drive more. And they're not really hurting Morgan.
No. And quick that long first point, but then we had 2 points after that with 2 volley errors. Well spotted drives.
Big rip there from Morgan.
Conversely, you can see too the strategy that McNerney and Morgan are employing here. They're playing most balls through Nunez.
I think they think the idea is to get him to bait him to hit that off-pace ball.
Yeah.
And he's more likely to do it.
Yeah. And the more they can avoid the Powers forehand, I think, as well.
And they've done a great job with that. The Powers forehand's really been a non-factor. And it's not due to the fact that he's not looking to hit it. They're just not getting it there. They're not hitting it there.
Vintage.
Nunez,
McNerney.
that is vintage. You're right.
Vintage.
They're going to stay this way, I think, because I think they like this when it gives them more opportunity when they slam it into the side screen to attack. Oh, Powers with a slap shot forehand.
Kind of lost his
30-40.
Lost his mind a little bit there.
Yeah, that was a moment that was tough. He wants that one back. He knows it was tough. He saw the space, but he wasn't ready to hit. And even with his quick forehand,
I call that the mirage.
Shot.
When you
that the mirage?
Looks open, but you don't have. You're not ready to do it. It's a bit of a mirage.
Yeah,
looks open, but.
Nice.
Boy, you see how low he sets that paddle with the paddle face wide open.
Switch in the backcourt. See if they go the other direction. They do. They want to keep finding Morgan. But Morgan's been up to the task.
Love that roller.
Yeah, perfect shot. Oh, Powers gets the forehand. Few and far between, but he makes that one count.
Boy, he sure did. He hit that thing too like he was mad at it, didn't he? Golly.
Angry.
Yeah.
It was an angry forehand, my friend. The C was angry that day.
Yeah.
But but it was a great shot, and he was fully committed to that move. Ooh, tease it up, but he could not find McNerney. Had the advantage there for a second. And then Morgan just hits a perfect little rolling drive right behind him. we're sort of seeing a perfect balance of skill sets, and that's
Careful.
there's what a get, but that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's
it's
that's
gonna
like
hurt
a
'em.
cat with 9 lives. You've got if you're forcing yourself into playing a fantastic spin move to stay in a point, and you initiated with that drive to start that off balance, you're better off not doing it.
Yep. And we're clearly seeing, though, Morgan in play in the backcourt more, and Nunez in play in the backcourt more. It's where the players want to go. It's where they think they're going to get the best opportunities just for a miss or a mistake. And mistakes don't mean just errors.
Right.
You're right. It means, like, on the point before, on this first point in the game, Morgan decided to hit a little turnaround drive, results in a drop shot winner for Powers, right? And here, Nunez, he has a propensity to want every 10th ball, he might want to hit a little low 3/4 ball, which is going to end up in a drop shot or an attacking opportunity for McNerney. And this is why they're making these moves. Wow, what a shot from Powers there, but a great cutoff volley from Morgan. Oh, great play there from McNerney Morgan. Get the ad.
McNerney Morgan.
Yeah, Brad, would you say that the Super Saturday Finals, has this been a smashing success?
I mean, I think the tournament as a whole has been amazing.
Yep.
And really well run. And I do think this is a great way to go about it, because the party out there is it's a massive party out there, out in the street.
And this is the first year that the APTA has gone to this format where, they used to hold the semifinals or the quarters on Saturday night and then play into Sunday. But they chose to start the tournament a little bit earlier and finish earlier on this Sunday and Saturday night, obviously. And it's, in my opinion, a change for the better.
It also gives them that grace period to deal with weather.
Right.
If it comes in.
A little fallback.
Oh, that's going to be a look, but he's not even going to take it. See, I love it. A lot of people would jump at that. See, you got out of position. McNerney's like, that ball landed a little deeper than I wanted.
And that was showed the discipline there. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, great early preparation.
Yeah, so it's that racket up.
Hands up. Robert Stahl from Winnetka Platform Club said that he's working on that with his ladies. He sent me a text just a little bit earlier that he's going to work on that with the ladies this week. So if you're one of his students, get ready. A little precursor of things to come.
Okay, yeah, do some pre-study here.
Yes.
Yeah, get a little pre-course. No, but you're absolutely right. One of the things a great overhead player will do is he'll get immediately up into the position to hit the overhead. And from that one spot, he should be able to hit about 6 or 7 balls.
Yes.
Oh, Morgan just giving everything he's got.
He's throwing everything but the kitchen sink at him.
And
kidding
then
me?
we're back to square one. So we got the flurry.
We had the lefty-righty confusion in the middle of the court.
About that, and that's how that point ends.
Takes us to
McNerney Morgan,
6-5. McNerney Morgan.
First set.
We'll see if McNerney Morgan can serve this thing out. They have been able to execute their strategy of slowing it down and giving them nothing. And they're sitting on the doorstep. McNerney in his first final, Morgan in his first final. They've had the second best season of the year on the doorstep of the first set.
Would you say this is about what we'd expected?
It's exactly what I expected. My surprise is I expected more of this in the round before.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? You know, they really are doing the thing of giving them nothing, right? You know, McNerney, Morgan, and then they're taking a strike when they need to. But it's 100 balls in, right? And you can see there, you know, Nunez Powers, they basically abandoned the cut overhead, right? You know, and they just went with, okay, let's see, we can't do it. And one of the unique shots that, you know, say a Durant Mitchell has, McNerney, you know, Powers and Nunez, they don't have that hard overhead that they smash at people. You know, they don't use it, right? And this is the type of thing where you take it out. I'm not sure it'd be great to use against these guys anyway, but it is a situation.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting. I had mentioned in the semifinals, I was talking to Tomas Christian on Wednesday night before the start of the tournament, and I asked him about that Boston final when Johan Durant was bringing out the heavy overhead, you know, really hard right at him.
And he brought it out the other day, too, in the quarterfinal.
And, you know, he had said that they had figured out and strategized on how how to defend. He goes, we got in trouble on the second shot. So it was the overhead and then the +1 after the overhead that causes problems. It wasn't necessarily I'm thinking in the back of the head.
But you can say that's what the overhead. Yeah, you did. You know. But the whole point of it is it moves you out of position. So of course the +1's going to give you trouble.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like that's sort of like indicative of what it is.
But I think it to the point of everybody, you know, is working to get better and stronger. And
15 low.
And what we're seeing is they're strategizing on how to do all of these and defend these things. And you know, and you look at an area of improvement from McNerney, you know, starting to drive the ball more off the deck. You saw that in Short Hills.
Right.
You know, I just think, you know, you're never good enough or you're never too good to get better. And they are, you know, they're proving that point. That everybody, boy, 15 all here. We're in a
rare miss in the screens there from McNerney and Morgan. Morgan couldn't come up with that one. It's kind of like a half a cutter. Like, you know, you just kind of put it in there and it just caught Morgan off guard. But you make a great point, you know, striving to get better at all times. And for a lot of people, it's the way you look at it is so important as well. Meaning, you know, some people get to the point, look, at my stage, I'm not going to get faster, right?
Right.
But I can make more decisions, or I can create some shots or learn to use some shots that allow me to manage time better. There's so many ways to do it, right?
Yes.
And there's a perfect example of the Powers forehand to perfection. He holds it, he sets it, there's no backswing. He could hit that ball through the middle. He snaps it out wide. He goes to work here, boom.
But you notice where that landed? That was still within the boundaries of the single sidelines.
Yeah.
So it's still big target drive.
You just can't see it. Heck of a volley.
A little around the post.
Around the post.
Give it to me.
I gotcha. That's what a good partner does. Gives them a communication. Did that hit a funny bounce?
I must have had some spin on it.
I think it had leftover spin. I think you're exactly right, Mike.
30 all.
Boy, is there a bigger point than this one right here. Yep. 30 all. 6-5 with Morgan serving for the first set.
You can hear it in the crowd, the background. A lot of rooters on both sides. Oh, right in there. He just gives them an off pacer. To me, it looked like it was going way out. From our angle, it's hard to judge the height of a ball. It's just a perfect little drive. He read that situation perfectly. But now we're back to square one, and this is where McNerney and Morgan have been so comfortable. They are not getting hurt in the backcourt. You know, Graham McNerney's not that old of a guy, and Mark Powers like 35, but they're like grizzled veterans. You know, McNerney's been around the game long enough now where, you know, I was playing against him, back in Greenwich, Connecticut, when he was out there at the Millbrook Club.
Yeah?
Yeah, oh no, I played him in league matches a couple times. This is before he is this version.
I remember I played his, he and his father in the President's Cup.
Sure.
And he was still at Georgia. And
Yep.
he flew up for the weekend. And he was a fan of the game then, a student of the game. He was asking, okay, what should I do better? And, very open to inquisitive. And there's a reason why he's now in the finals of the national championship.
At that point in his developing, he was becoming a good number 2, meaning he could start keeping the ball in play.
Uh-huh.
He was missing the weapons, but he wasn't going to hurt you in the match. And you can see he's developed from that point where, he's found his offensive spots. They're based on blitzing and other things, not on ball striking. But the volley ability and the ability to kind of go forward and back, best in the game probably.
And he's really, designed his game to accentuate those strengths in his movement and, his hands. And it's, I'd say he's doing a great job with it.
All right, so 5-all game, we saw a good 5 to 7 to 10 minute point. This is the same type right
Yep.
here. 30-all, it's either a set point for McNerney Morgan or it's a game point here for Nunez Powers to push this thing to the breaker. That one ended with a Morgan off-pace drive from the back, but deep in the court.
Right.
And a Powers drop shot. I have no idea how this is going to go, but there it is. Well, we
big
found
spot.
out right away.
Big
Huge
spot.
drive from Morgan.
40-30.
Instant replay. Boom again. 1-2,
Boy.
catch it off the right hip. All right, set point for McNerney Morgan.
Think Powers goes big here?
I think he hits this. Yeah, and Wisely,
Oh.
he doesn't come in. I think that had to hit the seam. He had
Yeah.
a little inside-out spin on it, but that ball does not go that far
Deuce.
right without it hitting the seam.
Yeah.
There's an incredible, fortunate bounce for Powers and a great shot. Deuce. That's danger. Right, that is a dangerous shot. Oh, all that work. Now we're in the backcourt for McNerney and Morgan, where they've been rock solid.
Oh, painted the line with that.
Oh, he catches him.
That
He
was-
catches it, but again, he doesn't catch him to the inside. He catches it at or
Nunez
behind. You go
Powers.
at or behind McNerney. Great spot from Nunez there. And good recognition of exactly what he needs to do with that ball. He didn't even overhit it.
No,
He just
no.
spotted it. All right, Powers going to hit this again. That was out, I think. Yeah, and you can see McNerney, he's not even playing it.
Game Nunez Powers.
I got the feeling McNerney was like calling that anyway. He was like, that's not.
First
All right.
set.
Wow.
Boy, oh boy.
Here to breaker.
Tie break for the first set.
All right, so one set point was erased. McNerney Morgan come right back here. Nunez and Powers, everything's just a battle right now.
Yeah.
Every point is precious. Would you say that either team has cracked?
No.
None.
No.
None whatsoever. If anything, I think like they're both playing exactly right. It's just that I honestly think actually that Morgan and, wow, look at this action here.
Kidding me?
That Morgan and McNerney have actually executed their strategy a little better, which is why we're at this point.
Yeah,
I think they actually almost need to.
I think you're right. I think
they've got this thing in a place that is completely winnable for them.
yes.
Oh, this is just good work there, and Morgan just fighting his way to every get.
We'll see if they get switched in the backcourt.
Well, they got back to neutral, so. Oh boy. Yeah, that's
Wow.
trouble. You could
Little
hear
sneak attack.
You could hear it from Powers. He goes hit, but he doesn't, and Powers got no time to get out of there. So here's the little quick blitz. You hear the words hit, but too fast for Powers. He gets the ball higher than the net. Can't control the pace. Great point for McNerney. Slippery move. One of the best in the game at the blitz.
And, you know, that's a great lesson for anybody watching at home that, you know, when your partner's hitting the overhead, your job is to be focused on the troubles happening in front of you. So we got to keep our eyes forward, not watching your partner hit there. And then if they do blitz like that, you're giving them the verbal warning. It just didn't happen in time, and Graham executed that blitz about as well as you could.
Yeah, it's a hesitation stutter tip, too. He waited for a second until the guy was committed up and back, and then he made his move, which is perfect. So no one could see it. Powers saw it, but the move was so perfectly timed. No time for Nunez to change it. That's a great lob. Yeah, I guess another perfect reset there. You know, Mike, the legend grows for you.
Oh, yeah?
I just got a text saying, hey, can we work on getting my drops to land like a butterfly with sore feet this week? So
you got to charge extra for that, Brad.
He wants to know if we can do that. This is a bit of an extra charge. Right, yeah.
Yeah, if you want
I'll teach you how to hit a drop, but you want the drop with the butterfly with sore feet?
That's extra.
Yeah, that's extra.
And if you want me to consult, you know, maybe via Zoom, I'm happy to do that too.
I don't think I can afford those rates.
Yeah, okay. Boy, Nunez and Powers, they went through that second set tiebreaker in the semis. They were down, I think, 1-love and won 7 games in a row, or 7 points in a row.
7 points in a row, yeah. But what's the big glaring difference in that, you know, having called that match, is in a number of those points, Salazar and Regalado gave them the balls. High balls to Powers forehand.
Yep.
These guys aren't doing that. They are not giving them those shots. So that was a part of that 7-point run. That's going to go perfectly in the corner. And it's not here for these guys.
Yeah.
And that was my biggest difference right now when we talked about this match, is I expected Regalado and Salazar to give them nothing. But they didn't actually give them nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
And these guys truly are taking the air out of the ball and giving them nothing. That's a huge shot there. So if they don't give it to you, take it. Great cutter into the corner. Morgan can't come up with it. All right, this has been a good point and a good spot for, not the McNerney serve, but the Powers return has been pretty spot on all day. He misses that one. But off the Morgan serve, he's been attacking it a lot. That was a good, challenging serve for McNerney.
A little broadcaster's curse there, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe. You know, you're dealing with the devil. You know, you go in there, you put that challenging serve, and you just hope he misses it.
Oh,
that's a winner.
Are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? That 1-2 combo.
McNerney Morgan.
Oh, incredible.
So good. And they're moving a quick point in there for McNerney Morgan.
I always say a good strategy is try to win the quick points and lose the long ones. You know, if you think about that if you know, if you're playing the point the way you want to play it and it's long, it's you're doing.
You're still doing what you want to do?
Right. You're doing it right. But if you're losing the quick points.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the math works, because are we playing more long points or more quick points?
Well, the better players, the longer the point. So,
right.
you know, I mean, but we're, you know, Powers and Nunez, they like to play fast. They like that, you know, and
well, they've already taken that out of play.
Right, right.
I mean, that's not even in play.
But I'm just saying in general that, you know, you have that mentality that if we're playing disciplined paddle and the points are long, I can stomach if we're making the right decisions. You know?
Yes, I understand.
McNerney,
you know, I
Morgan.
totally get what you're saying. I might qualify that a little more, you know, to how you want it to be per your player. Like, who wants to win the quick points? You know, like in this game, quicker points is going to be more on the Nunez Powers side. Right. You know, like, but I understand your point. It's a great point.
If you think of Graham and Adam having to grind in order to win the majority of their points, every quick point that they win is like bonus.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Correct. And that blitz play is one way they're going to do it. You know, Morgan hitting the drive, McNerney making the move. In fact, we've seen it in these last couple games a few times. You know, like one was a stutter step move off a lob. That one was off of Morgan drive. McNerney's one of the best blitzers in the game. Right at the crease, dug out there from Nunez. Yeah, this set.
Boy, we've had some fortuitous bounces for, you know, both sides. You had that crazy spinning ball, but then you had Powers forehand on the set point for Morgan on his serve. They went Australian, and he hits the seam. And then I think Nunez in the breaker here has already hit the crease, and it just kind of slid along the side screen.
Powers with the huge backhand off the screen. Still, the one thing that hasn't changed, they're still trying to work Nunez more in the backcourt and Morgan more in the backcourt. And both those guys are doing a great job. That's too
there
good.
We go.
Well done. 4-2 McNerney.
McNerney,
Morgan.
Morgan.
I don't expect Morgan to try to come in here against the Powers forehand.
See if they go Australian again.
I think they will. I think he's going to drive it down the line, and then we're just going to go from there. We'll see. Nope, regular format.
Well, and they draw the air off.
Draw in the air. That was actually a much more challenging underhand
McNerney,
serve.
Morgan.
Deep in the box.
Yeah.
Popped up. But wow. Can he make that get? He did. Heavy carve. And again, notice when McNerney's going to the side screen, it's not gentle.
No.
It is hard. He wants to force it in there. He doesn't care if it comes out. He'll see that drive and get back, or it'll give him time to close.
Well, and the alternative, he doesn't want to see the Powers forehand where he's climbing, you know.
The wire. And he hit it hard. He's giving him no time to get there. And this basically just goes along the lines of don't give them anything. Don't give them what they need. Don't give them what they want. You would spend an entire, you don't want to give Powers a high forehand, ever.
Yeah.
Anytime he gets one, theoretically, whether you win the point or not, you've made a mistake.
You've failed in some
right,
respects.
You're right.
Yes.
He's kind of sneakily pushing them at the creases.
Yes.
And not pace-wise or hard, but just sort of slipping it over there. Wow. Morgan. Oh!
Good look.
You can see him picking his spots.
Yeah.
One, another.
5-3, McNerney, Morgan.
Great defense from Powers and Nunez. Can't fault anything Morgan's doing there. I think he had each one of those drives. Great volleys. Oh, what a cutoff. Roll heavy. Good job. He's spinning and spinning with that ball so perfectly.
Yeah,
He's staying
he
the
is.
same pace.
What a lob. McNerney.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh!
Wow.
How about that? He gets right back to it after missing the one before. 3 set
6-3,
points for
McNerney,
McNerney and Morgan.
And what I like with that series of drives, he didn't make drastic changes with his locations. He kind of pulled what I'd call the Richie Mare. You know, where
Right.
you knew when Rich drew 3-4 balls at you, it's like, oh no, he's going to find that spot, you know. And
Sure. And Richie Mayer, for those of you who don't know out there, he's a Hall of Fame player, one of the greatest of all time. I believe he's like a 12-time or national champion with Steve Baird, and truly one of the greatest of all time. Huge laser beam forehand.
And he, you know, and it was, he'd move it 6 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches, and just find the perfect spot that you end up missing the volley or he handcuffs you.
Wow. Now, you know, this is always where we start to ask these questions, and this set is not over yet, but where do Powers and Nunez go from here? They just play better? They haven't been able to attack him, or they just got to wait this out. I'm not sure where they can force this more.
Well, and I wouldn't make major changes in either direction.
Oh, the let cord
cord.
and out.
Team McNerney, Morgan, they win the first set, 7-6.
All right, how about that? 7-6 for McNerney Morgan, and we'll be right back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA YouTube channel, presented by Joe Ho.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You know you have an account with Philadelphia. A, they're covered properly. You know, the policy is second to none. And B, you're going to have no service issues, whether it's inspections, claims, billing, whatever the problem may be, they're on top of it.
I love working with Philadelphia insurance companies. It's easy doing business with them. They make us look good.
It's a cultural thing with Philadelphia. Everybody is there for you.
All right, how do we stream all of these games?
Well, we engineered a fast, reliable Xfinity internet.
So you never miss a moment while streaming live sports?
Isn't that the best part about working here?
No, it's the uniform.
Actually, Mr. Jalen, I do feel a little self-conscious.
Yeah, and I feel ridiculous.
I mostly feel cold.
Meeting over.
It's fine. Try to make y'all look fresh. They don't get it.
Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with Xfinity Sports and News TV. Save more than $150 a year over YouTube TV.
Who is the player with the best serve?
Best serve. We're gonna go Tyler Frazier.
Best serve, Frazier.
Sven Burus. Well, I just had to deal with Sven Burus, so he's definitely up there.
Player with the best cutter?
Guillermo Nunez or Johan Durant.
My partner, Eric West. Tyler Frazier, without a doubt. Dan Hansen.
Guillermo Nunez. I gotta say Dan Hansen's is just filthy.
Best roller.
Either Alvy or Jose.
I'm gonna pick my own boy Russell Benkham on that one.
Johan Durant.
Jose Salazar.
Jose Salazar.
Myself.
Best drive.
Alvy Regalado.
Jose Salazar.
Mark Powers.
I like runs in there.
Mike Wagner, backhand. Johan, forehand. Best drive, Johan Durant.
Best blitz.
Philippe Rams.
Philippe.
Alvy.
Johan Durant.
Probably Guille or McNerney. Guille. Guillermo Nunez.
Me.
Best volley.
Durant. Johan. Alvy.
Guillermo Nunez.
Guillermo Nunez. Guillermo Nunez.
Powers. I think it's one of the best on all of them.
Mark Powers' volley's unbelievable. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a volley he is.
Best overhead.
Guille.
I mean, we got to go with Guy Nunez on that one.
Powers.
Juan Araya.
Tyler Frazier. Johan Durant. Durant.
And best competitor.
Adam Morgan. Adam Morgan.
Me.
Mark Powers.
I think I'm going to give that one to Guy Nunez too.
Alvy.
I'm gonna put myself on that one.
All right. Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We're here at the 2025 Men's and Women's National Championships in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at the Philly Cricket Club, where our number 2 seeds of McNerney and Morgan take the first set, 7-6 against the 3 seeds of Nunez and Powers. Michael, what do we think?
Brad, it did not fail to disappoint that first set.
You know, it had a lot of what we had talked about in the past, and to me, just McNerney and Morgan were able to slow down that points enough and get it to the place where they gave them nothing.
Yep.
And even with giving them nothing, Nunez and Powers have the ability to win points anyway, but they couldn't win enough.
Yeah, you look at some of those drives that Adam Morgan was hitting, and late in that set, that to me was one of the difference makers.
Difference makers, for sure.
Anytime you get a volleyer like Nunez or Powers to miss a volley, means you're doing something really well.
100%, and he missed one in a critical moment. I wouldn't say critical, they were up in the tiebreaker, but he went right back to it and won that point that gets him to 6-3. Do you think it's a time for, clearly Nunez and Powers are targeting more of their balls to Morgan, whether they try to attack him or whether they just push it there?
Yeah.
Is there a moment where they say, okay, let's push it over to McNerney? We know he's not going to miss, but he's also not going to hurt us. Right.
Yeah. It's, smart.
He might hurt you with the lob.
Right. Well, and then and even if, one of the things that you've got to keep in mind that if he lobs well, that makes his drive more effective. But it's also harder for Nunez, and if they make up their mind that they want to avoid the Morgan drive and just say, okay, we're going to make Graham's drive beat us, that gets harder because it's tougher to control a volley usually than it is an overhead.
Yeah.
Right? And when you're playing a defensive volley, and we still would allow Morgan to step in.
All right, so I'm not exactly sure what a run time is here, Jake. What do we got here? How long was that first set? Oh, well, while Jake's getting that info, here we are again. Let's do a quick little rundown. I'm Brad Easterbrook along here with Mike Raleigh in the men's finals of the APTA National Championships. What a dig there from Mark Powers. Mark Powers in the top of your screen we're going to go with Heather Red. I'm sorry, I called that call. And Guillermo Nunez in the all black, the left-handed player. Bottom of your screen in the blue. Big guy at the net, Graham McNerney, one of the best in the game at patrolling the net and shutting down volleys. And his partner, Adam Morgan, in the white cap. So these guys are battling, Mike.
Yeah, it's it's hard to say. Do you make any adjustments when you lose a 7-6 set?
Yeah, I don't think Nunez and Powers, if they start going for more, it's going to get better. I think they'll just make more mistakes. They just have, I'm not sure. I just think this tempo, whatever it is, it favors. It's exactly what McNerney Morgan wants. Should they play the balls in transition more and go back and just play in transition? But I tell you, McNerney's one of the most dangerous players in transition.
Yeah.
He loves the blitz. You get him going forward. He's going to hit volley winners behind you. He's going to hit drops. I think it's one of these unique matches that is just a perfect balance of skill sets.
And it's, it's almost the polar, the
opposite types of skill
yes.
sets, 100%.
Like there, the blitz versus the strength of the
30
volley.
love.
Look, Nunez won 8 to 10 points against Regalado and Salazar with the little dinky drive and the blitz behind it. I don't actually know the exact number, but it's significant and it makes a difference. He's only been on the loss side. I don't think he's won one. Has he won one?
Well, he won that one, didn't he?
He certainly won that one. Wasn't a blitz.
Whatever that was. Yeah.
Whatever was pretty darn good.
Right.
If you want to think of a good strategy, just keep doing that. Right? There you go, right. But, you just hit a perfect cutter there in a transition situation, which was not easy by any means. All right.
40-15.
It's pretty impressive, though, that right after Powers thumped that last forehand, Graham throws in that serve and it's like, all right, hit it again, and got a drive error out of it.
There's a switch in the backcourt. They did that a little in the first set, but not a lot.
No.
I like the idea. I just think McNerney has been so spot on, as well as Morgan, with what they're doing with their overheads. He's not just laying it in there. He is pummeling it into the side screens. So there's very little time for them to make a cutoff. And that time, Nunez made the early move, but he just pushed it down the middle. So they're reading the play well.
You know what we haven't seen is what a nice drive off the screen. Careful.
Oh, hands there from Nunez.
We haven't seen the waterfall to the middle panel, middle of the court yet from McNerney.
That's going to be trouble.
Good communication that time. They did not, two dogs not fighting over the same bone that time like we saw before.
Yep. Yeah, we haven't seen it because it hasn't been necessary.
Yeah.
He's pounding it into the side screens. We're not seeing, he uses that sort of middle waterfall when we're talking about Graham McNerney here. Gentleman in the blue on the court. He uses it when you try to jump his route onto the side screen, and he just pushes it there. It's not actually a shot that. Oh, he should not have taken that second ball. He got caught up in the moment. He's spinning around. It's right there. He just reaches. He made the one get he had to, and then honestly, he probably should have just gotten out of there. But great play as they come right back at him. Still a game point for McNerney Morgan. That's a little wide.
I think it was wide.
Yep.
Wide.
Yep. Called by an overdone. It looked out to us. But that being said, Mikey Himsky overrules it. Deuce. He did make the Cardinal sit and go, I think it was wide, though. Players do not want to hear, I think it was wide.
No, you do not want to
hear
that.
Wide. Right? Because anytime you hear the halfway, you're like, come on.
Advantage,
And it's tough as an umpire. Look, umpires are there to be put in these situations. That's the deal. But any umpire should just be like, I am 100% certain. Yeah. And it's hard because in the moment, you got to make a split-second call. Oh, spot right on. And he, again, behind him.
Yep.
Having done the research, do not play the ball away from McNerney. He's going to hook this thing. Great spot.
Advantage Nunez Powers.
All right, there you go. Advantage Nunez Powers. This would be huge for them to get off to a good start here in this second set. And just that serve has been too challenging for Powers. Now, Powers is very much a guy who has belief in his forehand.
Yeah.
There is. If it's a high forehand, he thinks he can hit it.
He's just still struggling to time that. It's got so much,
Well, yeah, my point is there a point where you just say, hey, all right, I'm lobbing this thing back? Or Powers thinks he's just going to get it, I don't know the answer. It's a tough one. Wow, the hands from all the players here, perfection. Hard to transition back from that, yet they do it. Nunez still has his paddle up. He did that the last match too. It's kind of funny. It's like he's a crossing guard.
Stop sign.
All right, I got some statisticians in the house. Dan Englander tells me that it's his 7th return error on McNerney's serve, on Graham McNerney's serve. So that's a lot, because I can't remember 7 return winners. So that's a loss column.
Yep.
And when you're in the loss column, you don't want to be there, right? So maybe it's time for him to put it in the back pocket. The problem with a guy like Powers, he believes that he's going to make the next 7.
Of course,
that's how good his forehand is.
Shoot or shoot.
That's how good his forehand is. Question is whether he can get to the end of this match before that happens, right? Or whether McNerney and Morgan close this out. He's practicing it right here. Let's see if he goes for this. All right, because 2 missed returns already. That'll be the story of the game if he misses it, he just bails out and lobs. I love it. Smart play. Can't give away too many free points. Even if it's your best shot. Because there's always, and we're talking about matchups, Mike, and we always talk about that. There are certain guys, and we heard that little snippet there on the kind of in between where the players are picking out who has the best shots. Players like, Sven Burris, really good serve to the ad court. It sort of takes away a little bit of the shots that are the best plays for certain guys. So it's a very useful tool. McNerney's got a very challenging serve out there. So
Morgan won the first 7-6.
Good hold there for McNerney and Morgan. And from that first 2 games where it was a little too fast, too quick, they have played the exact strategy they want in this match. Somebody's asking and, bringing up sort of quirky things, when you're talking off out there and, talking to everybody out there, and people were like, we don't know if this is the first time somebody has changed partners and then gone right to a national final and won it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if that's the case, that would be Adam Morgan's case. Right?
Yeah.
Playing with Tyler Frazier and being one of the top 5 teams in the country for a number of years, but never getting beyond this, I don't believe even the semifinals they made. Right, maybe a couple of times.
Yeah.
Right, but here he is, 1 season here, and of course this is not a reflection on anything. It's just more of a curiosity, right?
Yeah.
And I think the balance that they have, McNerney and Morgan, is almost perfect. You know exactly where that Morgan's going to deliver the haymakers and McNerney's going to deliver the the net play.
Yeah.
Right? And it's specifically demarcated.
And it's a hell of a complimenting, right? I mean, they're
absolutely.
15 all.
switch in the back court. Oh. Lut court.
Woo!
15-30.
Thing was torched off the top of the lut court. Adam is heating up here, Coach.
No, I mean, it kind of goes back to what I said before. The play was to hit the ball to Morgan.
Yeah.
I mean, people are not really giving him the due, you know, and at this point, you know, hitting the ball to Morgan, it ain't working.
Yeah.
Oh, he just went for the body on Nunez there. Scampers out of the way, Nunez. Or whatever. Maybe he's just running for his life.
Yeah,
but either way. There's the hit. Lob volley smart. Powers goes at him. He takes his chance. Playing with a little house money.
Got small there, didn't he?
Yeah, that was not even about hitting it in. It was about hitting it right into Nunez's body. That's what it was. That's called long.
That was back.
Yep, I looked long from my vantage point.
30-40.
All right, breakpoint McNerney Morgan, who just are marching on with the strategy. No cover there, no cover there. A little surprised. I actually think Morgan was surprised he didn't play the ball. Ball was within sort of the wheelhouse. Here comes the quick lob, the blitz, a typical one. Yeah, Morgan was just flat-footed there, but great shot from Nunez.
Great defense from Powers to call out the blitz.
Got to do it.
Wow.
I think he hit Powers.
Yep.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
You know,
number 2.
Whatever you're going to say, Morgan's different. He's a difference maker out here.
Yeah, I'd agree.
They're coming after him, and he's just striking drives.
It's like, all
right. You know, he's not breaking. His defense is spot on.
Yep.
Maybe it's like one of these things where you say regression to the mean, you know, or something, whatever you think that is. Or maybe it's just he's, you know, not getting the due. You know, and he's earning it here. And he's earning it here. Missed that drive. But either way.
Boy, that was a nasty cutter.
It's a great cutter, and how easily was it played, though, by McNerney. Yeah, called wide. I don't think he can overrule that. I think it's right under his chair. He's got no sight on that line either.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
Well, and a lot of times, too, I think when a player misses a low percentage overhead, and I call hitting an overhead down the line, sometimes it's the frustration, and they're like, you know, can't believe I missed it. Right? I mean.
Hey, look, if Powers and Nunez have frustration, it's because McNerney and Morgan are doing exactly, they're doing what they want to do. And it's not the other way around.
Yeah.
Powers and Nunez want to twist these guys around. They want to play this thing moving quickly. They want Morgan to miss balls for them.
Yeah.
None of that's happening. You know, Powers wants to have his forehand make a difference. They're not giving him any.
Yeah.
Nunez wants to blitz. How many has he got?
It's very valid. Switching in the backcourt here as well.
Behind the baseline with no blitz behind it.
McNerney,
Not sure I
Morgan,
even
they
understand the
lead
point of it.
second set, 2 games
To me, that's a frustration shot, and earned by McNerney Morgan. They are giving them nothing that they want. This right here. Look, Nunez Powers, hopefully they're going to fight this thing to the end, but this has the markings of like things could go down the drain here.
It could happen very quickly. I would be shocked if it did, quite honestly, though.
I would
think,
as well,
yeah.
but I mean, you know, you get to that point where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, these guys, you can clearly see Nunez Powers are getting frustrated.
Well, this was, in the semifinal against Durant and Mitchell, that second set, they won 6-love, and they were like a dog with a bone. They just would not give it up. They didn't get.
Yeah, you're talking about McNerney, and
Morgan.
gave absolutely no room for a comeback from, Durant and Mitchell.
No hint.
No room.
No room. No hint.
That's right, and that's the point. So, and everybody needs a jump start, right? Or not everybody needs it, but it's very rare you see a guy just hit 20 winners in a row and now I'm right back in this.
Right.
It doesn't work that way, You just can't do it.
Yeah, you'd think of what is some of the reasons for the those momentum shifts, and a lot of them are from kind of an undisciplined play or series of plays, and
right from the opposing team, right? Who were taking advantage. Now all of a sudden they're up and they make a couple of loose errors. They hit a shot that's uncharacteristic of what they got them there, and then they hit one more. Now all of a sudden, boom, boom, and you walk through that opening.
Yep.
And all you're telling me is that they didn't give an opening.
Yeah, they were in lockdown mode, and frustration, grew, and it just they really played well in the semifinals, and we're seeing that level of play continue. Great lob there from Nunez.
Yeah, terrific lob, and Morgan hits that kind of like. Basically, it's like a skyhook. It's the old Jimmy Connor skyhook. He's about better than anyone else in the game. He can slap it into the side screen. There he went down the middle, but couldn't come up with it.
15-all.
That's the perfect shot. He was going for an around-the-back slapper underneath. Nunez doing a great job with that down-the-line drive there. Perfect spot. Yeah, that was just too good. All right, Nunez Powers. It's definitely not a must-win game, but this is a big game for you, Nunez Powers.
No fault there.
15-40.
At this point, anything that McNerney and Morgan give them, they got to run with it.
Yeah.
You can't give this thing back. You got to make this shot. You got to execute. It's just been so few of it.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right in the crease. Good, those overheads. Powers going to take the look. Yeah, he goes right at McNerney. It's almost like McNerney. He knew that one. Switch in the backcourt.
Getting that crease dialed in, isn't he?
No, he's all over it. He hasn't hit it yet, but he's all over. He's making him think about it.
drop shot to force a little bit of movement, shake the court up a little bit.
There's the sky hook. Offensive volley missed. Nunez Powers show up here in the second set.
McNerney Morgan lead 2-1, second set.
At Pure Hockey, our mission is to
Morgan
share
won the first 7-6.
our passion for hockey and deliver an unmatched shopping experience to inspire a lifelong love for the game and be the trusted partner for players, families, and organizations nationwide. Come visit us at a Pure Hockey store near you.
All right, so Nunez Powers win a crucial third game there. You know, they get rid of the separation and get that break back. So good job by them. A couple of huge drive. And there you got McNerney going for an offensive volley, misses that one. All right, so you got a Nunez. This is like a very civil conversation between Powers and Nunez back there in the corner. You know. All right, we're getting at the business end. They're working this thing out, and they need to.
Yeah.
The team that needs to make the adjustments, whether they're mental or whatever, is Nunez and Powers. And look at Morgan again, just lights out on that return.
15 low.
Setting up the blitz play for McNerney, who can't come up with it, but Morgan doing his part.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to get to this. As we get closer in there, Mike, we're going to – Jake never gave us a first set run time. What's our first set run time? 2 hours and 20 minutes? Okay.
Oh, doesn't feel that long.
Mike,
I was at
you
the
got
edge of my seat. Do we got another 5-1 in us?
That's what I'm
5 hour?
wondering. A 5-hour match here, and McNerney, of course, was in, you know, in the other match.
Yeah.
That made it this distance. So where are we headed? Strap in, we'll figure it out. I actually literally am on the edge of my seat.
I know. This has been a great final thus far, and boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want to get back to. One of the things I think they should put away is getting back to like the soft, slow ones to Morgan. I think they either go at him like and start carving again and attacking him again, which they really didn't have much success with, but at least he wasn't hammering it at him. As good as they volley, you don't want Morgan ripping drives at you. Oh, he got him reaching there. And then again, the other side of it is, do we play the regression? We think this is not going to continue. We don't think it's going to continue.
You mean that
Morgan's been lights out. Doesn't miss
he
the
can
ball.
sustain
He's
that?
hammering. He's
Yeah.
gonna start missing.
Maybe that, yeah.
You know, we don't know the answer. We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out the answer.
There you go, all right.
One flew the coop, huh?
All right. right, so they're deciding whether they can find this thing, and finally Mike Yahimski just tosses one out there. Little bouncy by Graham McNerney. Kind of warmed the ball up a little. Hit it a couple times, see if it's satisfactory. We'll see if Powers wants to take a serve. He just wants to.
Love.
All right, not taking a practice serve, just getting right to it is Mark Powers. Oh, I think the ball was found.
It was found.
At this point, I think they can stick with what's out there.
Yeah.
It'd be like kind of a strange comeback to that ball. All right, players agree. Mark Powers to get this off.
30 love.
30 love.
It's almost always
30,
the case
50.
with a new ball. You know, if you don't take a practice serve, you're like, man, I wish I had.
Yeah.
Throwing the fault.
30-15. Back to the attack. Which is what we were talking about. He one times that. Great shot from Morgan. Aiming at the creases. Turnaround drive, beautifully played.
Wow.
No deal. You know, McNerney sort of snuck forward a little bit first.
15.
I think he might have been expecting that drive to go down cross court instead of down the line.
To me, it looked like he was playing the drop.
Yeah.
You know, but either way, perfect shot from Powers. Game point to get this thing to 2-all. And Nunez Powers in their semifinal match in that second set, they got down 3-1. They brought it back to 3-3. They got down 5-3, brought it back to 5-5. They know how to close the gaps, tighten the ship.
And they really don't. There's no, you know, there's no fear. There's no hesitation, right? I mean, boy, they're with their games. It's like, yeah, they feel they could probably break anybody at any time. See how careful McNerney is in not giving the high forehands to either player, the lefty Nunez with his forehand now on the ad side, or Powers there.
Yeah,
very deliberate with their overhead placement.
He's either pounding it into the side screen, or those he's being very careful to make sure it's deep and long.
Yes.
All right, 1 point save, 1 game point save there. It's 40-30 now. Great waterfall there from Morgan. All right, do we see a subtle shift in playing more balls to McNerney here?
We might be there.
Oh, let cord, no deal. I think it was let cord and seam.
Deuce.
Morgan again coming up with the goods. Slap shot long.
That's a great return from Adam Morgan.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
You think that missed drive there from Powers had to do with the fear of the McNerney blitz?
I
Kinda
think
slapped
it might have been a big reason. About 6'3" reason.
6'3" reason.
Yeah,
there you go, right.
wingspan.
I think he's even taller. He might be 6'4". But either way, break point here for McNerney and Morgan. And this will be a huge break for them. Powers, Nunez, get a couple things going right, get up 40-15. Instantly erased. They do not want to keep fighting uphill here. They want to keep this thing close and see where they can start to get the attack working. They just haven't been able to hurt him.
And this is where, McNerney and Morgan are very content when this point slows down like this.
Look, they got down 2 love, and they went right into this. And they've had the edge. I mean, obviously, it's an incredibly close match, right?
Yes.
But whatever it is, and regardless of the edge, first of all, they've had the edge. Even if they lost that first set, it's exactly what they need to do. They're doing what they need to do.
When you say they, you mean?
McNerney and Morgan, right? And Powers and Nunez, they're not able. They're having to play at the pace McNerney and Morgan want to play at. And McNerney, Morgan's offense.
Oh, what
perfection.
Awesome overhead.
And Morgan's offense, it's been the most damaging offense on the court.
Yes, which is, you would have, at the start of the match, what would you have said? It's going to be the Powers forehand, right?
Yeah, for sure. Or the Nunez blitz.
Right.
And, Powers hit a forehand or two, but not really. Not in a meaningful way. And then Nunez blitz doesn't exist. I was actually skeptical about the Nunez blitz because of just how good the McNerney overhead and volley shutdown is, meaning he's going to close off the net. And I didn't think he was going to dink and blitz, and he hasn't been able to. But then you might think he would get it off of Powers forehand, but Powers forehand's not going there. So he's not getting that either. So those are those opportunities that are just gone, right? And these are ways they win points. So they're forced to win points in the one way McNerney and Morgan want them to try to win points.
Right.
Which just, and it doesn't even mean they can't still win this match. It just means that McNerney and Morgan have given themselves the absolute best chance to win this thing. And if you told me ahead of time that this is how it was going to go down, there's no way I would have said Nunez and Powers are winning this match.
If that's how they would have to play.
Correct. Right. Yeah, right. There's no way I would say that. Right? Here, let me get
seam there.
Perfect shot.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
If there isn't a space for McNerney and Nunez to assert their offensive skills, I just don't see it.
Yeah, well, it's
unless Morgan and McNerney are going to start giving them something. But we already took that off the table because they're giving them nothing. And that's exactly what you saw in the semifinals against Durant and Mitchell. Durant and Mitchell wanted to get off the mat. They gave him nothing. And then they just couldn't find – you can't find the points. You got to earn them all like this. 75, 100.
Yep.
Game McNerney Morgan. They lead 3-1, second set.
And he lost that one in the lights.
Yeah, it's very possible, but you can just see the frustration, you know, sitting there for Nunez and Powers.
It's a really good serve.
15 low.
Great serve, but tough. Trying that return, never got in position for it. And this has been a huge point here, the ability for McNerney to hit that heavy, challenging serve to Powers. And he's winning it.
30 low.
You know, another a little return error there. You know, I've also had conversations with, you know, some people don't see the ball as well in the night as opposed to the day. I know I don't.
Yeah,
you
especially.
you know, whether or not that's the case here with Nunez and Powers, hard to say. But you know, whatever that rhythm is, whether it's the McNerney serve or anything,
or a combination,
compared to the forehand that he had in the match before,
yes,
it's not even close. Now I can't say it's not the McNerney serve, right?
Yeah.
But compared to what he was dealing in the semifinals, the forehands are night and day. Great finish there from Powers.
Seeing how careful he is with that off-speed drive, keeping it well away from the threat of the drop shot from McNerney.
Absolutely. Now, Mike, you know, having played sports your whole life in many different ways, is there anything better than sort of the paddle community? Can you find it?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, even in, you know, you see it in the competition that even in the heart of that competition, there still is a level of respect and camaraderie, and there's very few times where I've been shocked at people's behavior,
right?
You know, cheating or not cheating, but how they treat their opponents. It is a really
just wide,
just wide, takes us to 40-15 here.
Yeah, I'm going to give a quick shout out to my daughter, Sean Easterbrook. I used to drag her to these things when she was a kid, and I was
now she likes coming, right?
And she'll be 26 in March, and she is super sad to miss this one. She's come to, I would say, 75% of these things.
Okay.
And just to hang out and be part of the community. She knows a lot of the people out there, and she's missing it. So quick shout out to you, Sean. Love you. Sorry you weren't able to make this one. She's an adult now.
God,
imagine that.
Life gets in the way,
life
you know?
gets in the way. She's got a job, stuff like that. Now you can see he's switching his tactic. Before banging it into the side screen, now just spot on. He's not getting anything they're giving. He's reading it and going, right? Now he's going to push it down the middle. There you go, Morgan, right on point. Oh, he's down. He's up. Doesn't matter. He's all good, I think. Let's see what happens here. He's got a little scrapes.
40-30.
Did he just catch an edge?
I think so.
Like on his shoe?
Big tree falls hard, huh?
Big tree falls hard.
I hope he's
It's
okay.
not
I'm not making light of it, but boy.
No, not at all, because we all know how, and this is a newly surfaced court,
Yeah.
by the way. I did take a walk out there after the semifinals and, you know, just looked around at how bad the sun was brutal for that semifinal round that Nunez Powers played. And that is a newly surfaced court. That is brand new. It has got, you know, a lot of the paint chips in there. If he's not scraped up and bleeding, he fell soft. You know? So he's just right up and right back at it, so he just had to take a half second to sort of wipe off the, I don't know, we'll go with Schmutz.
Put up some dirt on it.
Exactly.
Boy, Nunez is hitting some really good. He's lobbing very well last couple points. You know, and that set up the play in the last point. A great lob. Got Morgan pushed back.
There's another great lob. Transition play. Here he comes.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Seeing here, Graham's looking at his hand. I bet he's.
Yeah, I think he's bleeding. Let's see if we can get a look at that towel. I don't know if we can hone in on it. He might want to just go get a Band-Aid. You know, because you don't want to sit here and be wiping off your hand every other point.
Yeah, you see it on there's a little blood on his grip.
Take the Band-Aid, break. He gets an emergency. He gets like a timeout.
See his elbow's a little dinged up too.
Yeah.
And that's good work, Jake. It's another game point.
Advantage, McNerney, Morgan.
Yeah, you can hear the fans in the background. You know, for Powers and Nunez, you got it, Mark. You know, keep swinging. But McNerney, Morgan just playing so solid.
Deuce.
They get a gift there. They've been so few and far between. That's a great lob, too. Help came. Got him stretching and working.
What would you say Nunez pulse? Do you think it ever gets above? I mean, he's a pretty cool cucumber out there.
He's a pretty chill cat, right? Yeah, he's definitely not. Like, he made that switch. He basically, I wouldn't even have called it a saunter.
Yeah.
It was like I don't know what it was, but it was calm and cool. And yeah, he definitely has just sort of like this sort of a different vibe about him, and definitely filled with confidence, and he's never rushed. All right, so again, we've talked about this sort of ad nauseam. Nunez Powers are definitely lobbing better, though.
Yes.
They are creating some space. They didn't come up with the ad there. They didn't come up with the shot there, but they're creating more space now. They're lobbing better. And maybe this is where it lives for them.
Yeah, well, and you know, and from good lobs fuels offense.
Sure.
Right? I mean, hearing the great communication from Morgan.
Yep. You got it.
Boy, and you just sense that he's just trying to hit the crease.
That's going long.
Boy, 4-1.
Again,
McNerney,
Morgan.
They lead
Flawless.
4 games to 1, second set.
Corient is excited to partner
First set, 7-6.
with the APTA because, whether as advisors to our members or as members themselves, they are already part of our APTA community. Learn more at www.corient.com, the official wealth sponsor of the APTA.
You know, this strategy and McNerney and Morgan being able to enforce their play style on this game, you can see it. It's wearing them down. They're frustrated, Powers and Nunez, and they need. It almost feels like a need at this point. They need McNerney and Morgan to crack a little. They're just not.
Well, you know, and the question is it easier? Who has an easier time forcing your opponent to play at your speed? The fast player or the slow player? The disciplined or the banger?
You know, it's a great point. I don't actually think there's a specific answer to that. I think if you lob well and defend the way they have, clearly the answer is being, in this particular case, they can't affect them. They tried the cutover hits. They tried working it in there. Got nothing. You know, that said, the first set had more elements of fast play than the second set, and the second set's much worse. Now, if I had to give you an MVP, who's your MVP right now?
Who's the differentiator?
Yeah.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, he is putting extreme amounts. He you know, when they were throwing the you know, and working his corner, he defended very well, but he also shifted into some really good. He's been doing a good job of shifting into that offense.
You know, they give a Super Bowl MVP, but they played him for a good set and a half and got hurt.
Well, and they switch in the backcourt as well here, and he's been hurting them from both sides of the court, and they continue to search and kind of seek him out.
You know, and it's just been a masterclass. I can't even say that Nunez and Powers played poorly. Clearly, Powers' forehand wasn't what it was in the semifinals, right?
Okay.
Which was rock solid. Now, whether that's, you know, nighttime lights or great challenging serves, not the same. But he's also getting half the looks.
Yeah.
You know, let's just take that and just put that right out there to begin with. You get half as many swings. Each error counts for more against your negative percentage, right?
Right.
You know, but
in this match is by no means over.
No.
Right? I mean,
we're just talking about up to this point.
Yes, taking it from here back.
15.
Talking about up to this point. Absolutely. All right, first time at Dinkin Blitz even comes to something, right? He actually gets to make the move.
Really good defensive volley from Morgan.
He steers it perfectly away, and Nunez still wasn't able to do it from close enough in where he could get close enough, right? So still doesn't get it, but good move that time.
You know, and
first time we've seen that from Powers. Great defense back though from Morgan, just reads it. You can see Powers and Nunez trying to move these pieces around.
Yeah.
You know, pushing the lob here, pushing one guy back. The other, the overheads and the recovery are spot on, finding no seams.
Brad, do you know that tomorrow's start of daylight savings time? Are you aware of that?
I actually was definitely not aware of that.
You know,
Mike.
I'm always teaching here, Brad, and so if you are spring forward, fall back. I think we're springing forward.
I think if you tell me, Mike, I believe you.
Okay, well, I might have to check that. Go to a quick Google check, but.
You gonna put this in the must-win category for McNerney, for Powers Nunez?
We're getting close to that. And just for one of the major reasons is that you have, they've yet to give the freebies away, and they're being very stingy with the points they're losing.
Yeah, you can look at the analytics and the math of this whole thing. You take the Powers return out of play, not getting free points there. And, all of it just leads exactly where we're at. We had this same game played around 30-all, 2-1 for McNerney Morgan, and they've just been able to kind of ride it through. These points are so tight.
Yeah, not a good dig.
These are the first cutting overheads from Powers.
Yeah.
First ones. When they switched it back in there, getting Powers to work it. Great volley there from McNerney. Oh, lets it go. McNerney stays. Oh! Woo! Exactly.
Wow.
Flurry of activity up there.
40-30.
McNerney cannot come up with the goods here. Beautiful redirect, and he puts a little pace on it, Powers does. Oh, that's so good, that lob. Perfect. Morgan's very clear in his directives.
Yeah, boy, I think they're back in Chicago. Somebody's letting a ball out, bounce. He said it so loud.
That thing covered time zones.
Yeah.
Gotta like it, though. And
great
here
forehand.
We are. Mini match point.
McNerney Morgan.
Look at that
Beautiful.
great return.
Yeah, he made Powers kind of shift out of the way of the ball as he's going back. Oh, gosh. So good. Morgan's been laser beaming drives in there all day long. He's probably missed 2 on the day.
Oh,
make it 3.
Make it 3.
Turnaround drive that time.
That's just pounding that ball. Oh, nice ball there from Nunez.
Huge ball, huge moment.
Advantage Nunez Powers.
All Nunez and Powers can do is just ride this wave and just keep plugging. Don't crack. Give yourself a chance. Been a spot-on match from Morgan and McNerney.
What do we have? McNerney Morgan having 2 game points here. Now game point for Nunez and Powers.
right.
Game, Nunez Powers. McNerney Morgan lead 4-2, second set.
That's the closest thing we've come to a crack, right? 2 missed Morgan drives there. Tough turnaround, and that was off a cutter, not simple.
Yeah.
Whatever they got to take because they've been very little, but is it a sign? We'll see. 4-2. Nunez Power still trying to battle here. Oh.
Love 15.
Great 1-2 combo there. Big forehand return.
Perfect blitz play.
$15-30.
Just gets that one a little late, it looked like.
You know, and I found like receiving that underhand serve like that, especially it's difficult to add an angle to it. It's almost better, you know, to hit it down the line. But boy,
yeah,
how good was that?
Man.
You know, I mean, Morgan is committed to hitting his shots when he's got it.
Oh, he had a masterful drive there, drive and transition there. Just a beautiful play, and he caught Nunez reaching, but I don't think Nunez thought that was going to be that good, and it was. Oh, Powers he sees that play coming. McNerney just barely turned around before he slaps it behind him. Incredible racket control there. Literally was a slap volley. Beautifully done. Lays his wrist back a little, changes the angle on it. That's a mistake. Troubles.
Volley.
Yeah, Power's going to cover. Good job. They should get back to square one here. We'll see.
You know, and that's one of the differences. One of the differences, though, in a poach in platform tennis as opposed to a poach in tennis. When you poach in tennis, you're poaching to finish the point.
Yeah.
You know, where here it's more of a defensive play where he's cutting across and covering that and basically just taking the volley from Morgan's paddle.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful play as Nunez. And they've only gotten 2 of those, I think, the entire match. We saw one about 2 games ago.
4-3, second set.
This is the closest thing we've seen, right,
Morgan
to anything we would call a crack at all. Like, they got a couple of errors from Morgan. They got their returns going there. And in that play, how many times have they been able to one-time it overhead down up?
Yep.
You know, they found it. And if they can find these things, this match is going to turn on a dime.
Well, I think it's
well, we see if the hold comes in here. That's when we'll say it's turned on a dime. You know, the mojo, that's got to feel good for Nunez and Powers. These guys have settled back in, and they've been very disciplined in the backcourt. Morgan's been delivering just beautiful drives. And Powers and Nunez hit a couple of really good shots there in that game, too. You know, like slap volley from behind. Wasn't easy to do, but switching the backcourt. It seems like it's primarily designed just to take the attacking overhead from Nunez out of play.
Boy, the precision with some of these overheads.
Yeah, but they don't look like much, right?
But
they're putting in an exact spot.
He's put 2 or 3 real close. Nunez.
15 love.
All right, they're finding some points now.
30 love.
Watch it.
30-15.
That's a perfect shot, aided with a great let cord there, made it impossible to track it down.
You can see, you know, that the ball isn't coming off the back screen like it was earlier in the day, so the temperatures dropped 10 degrees or so. See Powers getting after that overhead a little bit more, right?
Much more so. They're starting to work it in now. And they're definitely getting back to try and attack more. But they're also having a little success, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect. Lined it up perfectly right into the crease.
40-15.
Oh. Love that hard one, actually, at Morgan. First time we've seen that. Getting Powers more involved in the overhead play. It's kind of adding some life.
Yeah. All right, we are at 4-all here, Brad.
But we're 4-all at a crucial junction with the first cracks we've seen from McNerney and Morgan. You know, last 4 or 5 drives, Morgan's made 3 or 4 errors on the drive, right? They're finding some purchase with the offensive overheads here. Momentum is shifting. See if they can continue it. Powers, to this point, has not had success against the McNerney serve.
That's a good way to stop the momentum shift, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, perfect shot there from Morgan. Yeah, Powers, smart probably. Let it go. Been quite seeing it as well.
Yeah, have we seen him attack the serve off of McNerney's return? I can't recall. He's gone into those lobs.
Yeah, no, he was missing too many of them. He really wasn't making any drives against the McNerney serve, so you got to lob these balls. But again, we went a good 10 games without them getting a single down-up overhead spike. They got 2 in the last couple of games, right? They're just finding smaller ways to get in there. It's a good little cut there from McNerney.
playing with fire with.
Oh,
robbed by the net that time.
Little slapper.
30 love.
Nunez Powers, all throughout this, been battling and working together and communicating throughout. That's out.
40 love.
We hear Shannon Vincent's on the live stream watching.
Legendary tournament director.
Oh, she's greatest. Sorry to see her. She's in Texas, I believe. We miss her in the Chicagoland area, I can tell you that. Oh, wow.
He was letting it go, but
why we miss the drives long, right, Brad?
That's exactly why you don't drive in the net.
And Morgan won the first set 7-6.
Yeah, Mikey Hempsey just spelled it out there, and McNerney Morgan are one game away from their first national championship in their first final. And they've earned it all the way here. Slight crack when they got up 4-1, and Nunez Powers walked right through that door, as they needed to do. We'll see if they can serve to stay in it.
You can clearly see that Morgan and McNerney are in it for the long haul. They get their snacks on the courts. They're not. We're into what, hour 3.5 now?
Three-and-a-half-hour mark?
At least, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I think more. All right, serving to stay in it. Good, good.
Smart call there to just pop that lob up and reset in the backcourt.
That one's long.
15 love.
But I like some of they're like micro changes that they've done too, Nunez and Powers. Powers has been more active hitting overheads in this set.
Yep.
Actually attacking them. He had a good roller in that point, the ball before. You know, they're making these micro changes, but whether or not that's contributing to the errors they're getting, I think it is, actually, but it's a good job by them. He needed to get more involved because he wasn't involved in making the forehands, so place him in there. He's a rhythm type player. You know, get him hitting some overheads then. Switching the backcourt. You see the lob and blitz from McNerney again.
Good lob.
Great lob, perfect. Yeah, Morgan just had him out of position. Dangerous ball when he changes direction there on that deep lob down the line. He goes across the court. Easy opening there for Morgan. And he spots it perfectly. That's out. 2 points from the national championship for McNerney and Morgan.
Good luck.
30
Maybe
all.
just turn the volume up too much on that.
Yep. No, the drive consistency has dropped a little for Morgan. This is exactly what has been sort of fueling the Nunez Powers. I mean, I'm not going to say he shouldn't have driven that. I got no problem with hitting it. He's made it all day long. But he's missing a few now, and it's sort of fueling this little mini surge from Nunez Powers.
Oh my goodness. Could there ever be a better time to have a let cord drop shot winner?
I would say that was a reasonable time.
Oh,
very fortuitous.
Oh.
And it's like he put a little extra stick on it.
Kind of held it, too.
Oh, let cord serve.
Let cords in a row.
Oh,
it's a great spot.
Yeah, it's a perfect
and
drive.
A better volley from Powers.
Wow.
Love the look.
5-all
Nunez Powers.
5-all, second set. I got a new ball, guys.
Would you have any complaint about any of those drives that Adam Morgan took?
No.
Okay, so zero complaint, but this is what we were talking about the whole way. Do you just keep going the distance and hope for a regression to the mean, you know, where he didn't miss any before or very few?
Yeah.
It's happening now. Nunez Powers. We are going the distance here in this second set. And at this point, a third set is looming, possibly.
You know what? Is there a Denny's around here that we can have like a late dinner?
Grand Slam breakfast? Grand Slam, baby? Come on. 2 slices of bacon, 2 sausage. Go. Jeez, yeah.
You know, price of eggs
Might
have
be
gone
a
up,
Denny's.
though. I don't know if it's as good of a deal as it used to be.
Yeah, we'll probably just get 1 egg. You know.
We'll share.
We'll share. That's a good point. So anyway, we're here for the distance regardless of whether this is Denny's or not, Mike. These guys are playing. We're talking.
And Brad, I'm not sure if it's the two of us together, that combination is why we get these long matches, or is it just the level of play?
I think it's the level of commentary.
Okay, yeah, I do too.
I think clearly, that's what's doing it. Those guys want to play as long as possible to get as many, you know, tips.
Love 15.
That's right. Look, everybody's been on the edge of their seats since you said it landed like a butterfly with sore feet. You know, so they were just waiting for more dimes and gems from you. Wow. Nunez Powers, and again, slight misses. And as the slight misses are coming from McNerney Morgan, we said they've given them nothing. They're starting to give them things. And as they're coming, Nunez Powers will make subtle little adjustments. Powers getting involved in the offense with the overheads at the net.
Yeah, you know, the Jason, shout out to Jason Love. He texted. He said, a couple things that he noticed. The footwork and movement at the net from Nunez and Powers is way up. They're moving their feet better. I think that's so true, and we'll get Powers working his attack overhead a little bit more.
It's kind of this moment in the match. Just hearing the bounce of the ball hit off the screen. These guys are just committed to their, focused on this point, and it's slight, whatever it is.
Yes.
This is
30.
wide open shot there for Morgan. And to me, this service game is a much better chance for them to break because they got more opportunities to hit the aggressive return. Powers in this service game against Morgan, he's got a much better shot at striking the forehand. He's pretty much abandoned it. Misses that one, though.
Okay.
30 all.
30 all.
Chris Struck reaching out on the text line. He concurs that it's the level of commentary that's either detrimental to the, we're not sure yet, but.
Yeah, there should be a study committed by the APTA. They can actually, just a lot of few resources. Good man, Chris Struck was on the tour for a bit. Kind of a short, hot minute. Good player, though. Still playing in the Chicago area?
He has moved to Detroit area. I believe
okay.
He plays out there. I believe he lives in Grosse Pointe.
It's your neck of the woods.
Nape of the Way. What movie?
Grosse Pointe Blank?
Nope.
I don't know.
Fletch. I think it was Fletch.
Nape of the Way?
Neck of the woods, Nape of the Way.
Oh! Digging the drop. Powers. Good play there. He's able to get enough lift on it, give him time to get back.
I have a couple phrases for the drop shot retrieval. I call it either the tip and tap, where you forward with the tip of the paddle forward and you tap it, or the tip and flip, where you get in there and then you flip it straight up like Powers did. Nice little ring to it.
Yep.
Got two options there.
And you're right on both counts in the sense that, the thing you're starting with is starting with your paddle out and getting it underneath the ball, right? No time for backswing, no time for anything except set the paddle low, run.
Well, it's like, when I'm running for a drop shot, I get my 132 pounds behind, so sometimes you have that mass running into the ball, and if you take a big backswing, it's tough to control it.
I don't think it was lost on anyone that you actually claimed you were 132 pounds. But, I think everybody kind of caught that.
Like 1982.
Oh, goodness. And he gets burned on 2 off-pace drives. Nunez does by
40,
the attacking volleys of McNerney.
Sugar Ray Costa said it was Caddyshack, not Fletch. So we're aging ourselves here, though.
Great volley there from McNerney.
You got it. You. You got it. You. Me. Hit it. You.
So, Brad, when you're in Chicago, you ever gone to Mr. Beef and had an Italian?
I mean, I've had an Italian in
Italian
Chicago.
beef?
Yeah, I have had an Italian beef in Chicago.
At from Mr. Beef?
No.
With the hot pepper? Next time you're there, we're going, okay?
All right, huge fist pump there.
From both of them. The double fist pump.
Second set. McNerney Morgan won the first set 7-6.
I can't tell you, I've had 2. I have had 2 Philly cheesesteaks, and I'm wearing one of them on my jacket here.
When in Philly,
yeah,
gotta have the cheesesteak. And the question out here is, you have it wit or not wit?
Wit.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I'm like, what does everybody do? So give me what it.
You gotta have it wit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Nunez Powers there, up 30-11 that game. And we're talking about these moments. Morgan's missed a few drives here and there, but Nunez got caught into the trap. He lost 2 points on the off-pace drive.
Yeah, and those small 1 point, 2 points, it's a differentiator in the match.
It's the window. Huge hold there from McNerney Morgan. Mark Powers to serve, stay in this match. Reaching drive there.
Yeah.
He actually faded back away from that. I don't think he expected as much kick out of that power serve that.
And I was surprised he took that off the deck. He'd been taking that ball off the back screen and driving it.
That's the one I love. He's getting near that corner.
Yep. Oh, are you kidding me?
Wow.
To pull that out. Down 5-6. Shoulder high ball from closer to the service line than he was the net.
You said it before, he's a cool customer. Low heart rate.
Man, oh man. A check for a pulse.
Great dig there from Powers off a terrific return from Morgan.
Really
Again,
good
but
volley.
what? Yeah, really good volley. But what set it up?
The drive from
the off-pace drive, right
from
back,
deep in the court.
Put it away.
Another great phrase that Todd Ward, formerly from Cincinnati, that he used a lot when he taught was Nunez drove there on, not on his terms, but on the terms of the volleyer, where it was deeper in the court and giving McNerney just a little bit too much time to do it, have his way with that volley.
Mike, you ever had your way with a volley?
Once.
Once?
Yep.
All right.
I don't have the hands that Graham does, though.
Oh!
Wow.
Speaking of hands, slap shot drive from Morgan.
Yeah, don't leave Graham hanging. He was looking for a high five or something there.
Nunez,
look at this.
Thought there was zero chance Morgan was driving that ball. He thought it was spinning into the screen. 30 love to 30 all.
Great.
Oh, what a volley
defensive
there.
Volley.
Oh!
Surprised we haven't had the switch in the backcourt yet. McNerney and Morgan.
Great digging from Morgan.
Want to try to break that pattern up. Lob down the line. Nunez is getting his radar lock on that crease.
Yeah, he was just surviving though. Oh, around the post, no!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, a lead cord to give them their first match point.
On
championship point.
Unbelievable championship
And
point.
He almost got it too.
He had around the net post, and I don't know that he had another shot. All right, match point for McNerney and Morgan here.
What a great lob from a very difficult position.
You see, I love how McNerney Morgan not breaking script here. I think Morgan's going to be getting his shot, and he's going to take it soon. It's going to happen. I'm not sure I see McNerney pulling the trigger here.
Maybe off a mistake card off the back screen.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give it to him. There's the one. And that's sort of been where this battle's been raged. You know, Morgan, when he was making the drives, they had nothing.
Yeah.
He missed a few, and they walked through the door to get it all the way to this point. Oh, goodness, a reaching backhand without the blitz behind it from McNerney. I mean, there was space.
Yes.
But it's not how they've been making their bread and butter. Quick switch there, nice play. Seemed to have some disagreement there for a minute. All worked out in the end. Love how Powers, he's trying to control. He's looking for the goal.
Oh my!
Advantage, McNerney, Morgan.
See, the third time they've had that confusion.
Think
maybe
that's the third time. Deep in the first set in the breaker, I think there was one, or if not two.
All right, Powers and Nunez match point against. So here we go. McNerney and Morgan. Chance to close it out. He's the same shot he missed it with before.
I got to tell myself to breathe here, Brad.
It's tense. Wow.
2 match points saved.
Wow.
Deuce.
La volley retreat. I love that play. They got to get back. Yeah. Oh! Look at that volley from Morgan. Come on now.
Tip and tap.
Hit. Oh, another confusion though. You're gonna have to work that out.
You know, but you see McNerney just picking at that like a scab.
Yeah, he's
with
pushing
the lobs,
balls.
You know, just
you can see him moving them.
Keeps pushing that ball to that same spot.
Full commitment from all 4 players. Nobody forcing the action. Wait for the exact right ball. Try to do something with. Was that the exact right ball? Not sure.
Advantage,
Either
Nunez,
way,
Powers.
game point for Powers and Nunez. Great dig and cover.
Brad, why do you think they're not switching in the backcourt again?
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. You know, in a lot of cases, it seemed like they were trying to do it to blunt the effect, but Nunez is bringing out the cutter overhead, so it's not like, you know, so I'm not sure. Pushing those lobs around, and you can see left, right, left, right, left, right. You know, there it goes. One spot, the other spot, corner to corner.
Sounds like my golf game.
left, right.
They call that army golf, you know?
Well, he's keep moving the pieces around. He's not setting up a drive, though, or anything of the sort, and they're just pushing it back to him now. But they're great lobs. Shot of the crease, good block there. That was head there. There's the read. That time they make the cover. He's not even faking a blitz now. He's just hunkered down, and that is out. What a hold
Nunez Powers
from Nunez and Powers.
That was routine hold. Holy smokes, take us into second set tiebreaker.
2 match points for McNerney Morgan. You just got to have a short memory, get after the tiebreaker here. We going 3, Mike?
You know, I just hope for a great tiebreaker.
Start with that.
Just having fun with my friends. Are you kidding me?
Ready at the crease. Beautiful help call. And you can
3 in a row?
Yeah, 3 help calls in a row, and that's what I try to express to, you know, club players. You know how many times that advanced players make a help call? Yeah. It is well into the double digits. Great slippery move there. Nunez does not make this blitz call, so Powers doesn't know.
Boy, that was quite a drive off that third panel slam, by the way.
McNerney slamming it into those side screens. Few more probing drives here from Powers and Nunez, but they're able to, as long as they don't let McNerney cut him off. And the strategy of playing the overheads to Nunez, that hasn't changed.
Yeah.
McNerney and Morgan. Just long. Wow.
1-0, McNerney Morgan.
It's like a half an inch out there, Mike.
Yeah, I didn't.
Is there like a town ordinance for lights? Things
I
like
hope
that
not.
here in the
I hope
Philly
not.
Cricket Club, or, you know, everything shuts down at 10:30? I mean, it's pretty surefire that all the restaurants are done.
Little fake blitz there from McNerney.
So breaker in the first set, breaker in the second. Doesn't get any closer. Both teams just trying to execute whatever strategy they got. Slight little micro moves. You know, for my money, I'm still saying that, you know, McNerney and Morgan have executed what they want to do really, really well.
Yes.
They're right here on this doorstep.
And Nunez and Powers are really starting now to see, you know, how their execution, and
they've added some elements. They're still having to play McNerney and Morgan style, but they've added some elements, and they're willing to go the distance.
yeah, and well, and I brought this up earlier that, you know, if you've got one team that wants to play at a slower pace and play that disciplined paddle, in a lot of respects, you are forced to play.
In some cases, unless you can do the damage with the
Right.
overhead, and they're not able to get it.
Right.
Funny enough, that's one shot right there that McNerney missed both of those match points on. The backhand when he swung it wide, and it wasn't a difficult one. Just pushed him wide. One in the net, one wide.
You know, and he was not, I think you mentioned it at the time, he wasn't moving forward on it, he was moving sideways. And that's the difference maker, I think, in the execution. You know, if he's kind of coming into the court to hit that little chip and dip, shouldn't say that, it's gonna make me hungry. But having that, you know, I think he was moving laterally rather than forward.
So we were talking a little bit way before Chicago legend Rod Workman.
Yes.
Rod Workman is like the king of sayings.
Yeah.
You know, do you guys all get like a school, like chip and dip, tip and flip?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, is
You
it
know.
the Rod Workman school of sayings?
Yeah, what a great cut overhead there to take us to 1-all. You know,
Amazing.
he is one of my dear friends and a great mentor of mine. So
great guy,
yeah.
actually. One of the best. Fantastic shot.
It's the first cut winner we've seen. And
you know, he hit that backhand cutter from a little
Yep.
off the net before,
Yep.
which was outstanding.
2-1 Nunez Powers.
Wow. To me, this is actually one of the crucial parts here. This is a return they can really strike at.
Yes.
So these points, I think, for Powers and Nunez are good opportunity points. It doesn't mean they're going to miss the volleys or anything, but these are better chances for them.
They're good pressure opportunities.
They can get a blitz opportunity here. They can get the quick striker point. Oh, fake little topspin lob there. Takes the drive. Oh, he's putting the pressure on. Powers. Great coverage. Nunez Terrific defense.
Help. Help. I go. Help.
You got it. You.
Screen drive coming.
You got it.
You. You. You.
Oh, the digs that they're making at this point. This is love to win these when you make 20 digs and then you come up with the drive at the end.
Yeah.
Trouble.
Love it how Nunez sets that pedal and then kind of hooks the lob back up in the air, scoops it.
Almost got into trouble with the off-base drive, though.
Hit it.
Power's sort of married to back there. He's not even making the move up the side wire. He just haven't had a chance to get very many. Switching the backcourt.
Well, and that's all credit to, you know, the overheads of McNerney.
100%.
If he's not giving it, what do we think? It's happened twice in 4 hours?
Yeah. Great blitz move! And they finally sneak one in there. How about that?
Nunez powers.
Morgan's got to keep his eyes forward.
Yes,
be on the lookout for the blitz. Great play.
Blitz defense 101.
All right, now he's serving into the Powers forehand. Nobody's faulted at all. It's been rock
Can't
solid.
say that.
You mean, yeah, right, just to like, you know, because somebody's going to fault, right, yeah. It's just been fantastic serving from all players. There, it's been said. Oh, and Nunez again with the blitz. He catches him back. 4-1.
Nunez powers.
You see a little frustration from McNerney on that one.
Well, they got caught twice. You know, and it's kind of fitting. You haven't gotten those things all day long.
Yeah.
Yet they got two big blitz points here, and they've been able to shut it down for most of the game. You know, but here, 2 moments, one off the great lob. The other, just Morgan didn't really close in there.
Yeah.
And he gave him a little chip opportunity, and he was quickly in behind it.
Well, this is, you know, I think, too, you see it, the crucial, I mean, this is when pressure is applied. You know, the bigger the pressure, sometimes you'll see these little fissures, little cracks.
Yep.
And you know, whether it's a lob for the lefty-righty team or, you know, between them that they don't communicate.
Oh! Morgan hits into the closing.
5-1 Nunez powers.
Nunez there. That was the first. It was just a great drive to blunt the first. You make that return off the incredible, you know, the first volley and stop the blitz from McNerney on the first ball. Oh!
Good hands.
Great hands. It was a heavy carve there. I'm surprised we didn't. Might have been a good ball for the drop finisher, but still such a crucial moment. Hard to think about going for that.
Well, neither one of Powers and Nunez are afraid to hit it at big times.
I think that hit the side seam.
6-1 Powers.
Got a great text from Marco Grangio just popping in there, where he goes, traditionally, the match is played on Sundays for the finals, and he goes, if this goes 3, we're going to make it.
Yeah, we're going to make it. That's absolutely right.
This is a great text.
We will be
and
playing on Sunday.
Yes, without a doubt. Outrageous. It's 10-10 right now. We're already probably past the 4-hour mark, right? Jake, give me the head nod. Or I don't know if he just nodded off. I'm not really sure. Jake, you all right there, buddy? No, he's up. He's up. All right, 6-1. Nunez Powers. You ever made some 6-1 comebacks? There's 1 point back.
There's one.
Bold shot at 6-1 might as well, right? It might spark some sort of comeback.
Yeah, I almost lost a 9-1 tiebreaker in President's Cup one year when Microdoria and who was he playing with? And all it took was a let court overhead reaching for me to win at 10-8. I waited until the big point.
You got that
winner.
flair.
Yeah,
you got the flair.
Most people wouldn't pull it out then.
Another big ball. He's going heavy cut again. On the line. Nunez on the line again.
Someone tell Nunez you can play anywhere in the blue. Doesn't have to be on the white.
Let's keep going. Strap in, everybody, for a third set. We're going to be way past the 5-hour mark, Mike. Mike, where are you going? You got to take a break?
1 set all.
All right. We're going to be back in just a few moments here on the APTA YouTube channel, presented by Joho.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You know you have an account with Philadelphia. A, they're covered properly. You know, the policy is second to none. And B, you're going to have no service issues, whether it's inspections, claims, billing, whatever the problem may be, they're on top of it.
I love working with Philadelphia insurance companies. It's easy doing business with them. They make us look good.
It's a cultural thing with Philadelphia. Everybody is there for you.
For all those making it big out there, shouldn't your mobile service be able to keep up with you? Get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig at home and on the go. Introducing Power Boost, only from Xfinity Mobile. Now that's big. Xfinity Internet customers, cut your mobile bill in half versus T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T for your first year. Plus, ask how to get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus on us.
Total Platform Tennis. the country's leader in court construction and facilities design, is now offering modular warming huts. Here is a sample of what we can provide. For more options and to learn more about this exciting innovation, visit our website at totalplatformtennis.com.
Who is the player with the best serve?
Best serve. We're gonna go Tyler Frazier.
Best serve, Fraser. Sven Burus.
Well, I just had to deal with Sven Burus, so he's definitely up there.
Player with the best cutter?
Guillermo Nunez or Johan Durant.
My partner, Eric West. Tyler Frazier, without a doubt. Dan Hansen.
Guillermo Nunez.
I gotta say Dan Hansen's is just filthy.
Best roller?
Either Alvy or Jose.
I'm gonna pick my own boy Russell Benkham on that one.
Johan Durant.
Jose Salazar.
Jose Salazar.
Myself.
Best drive?
Alvy Regalado.
Jose Salazar.
Mark Powers.
I like runs in there.
Mike Wagner backhand. Johan forehand. Best drive. Johan Durant.
Best blitz?
Philippe Rams.
Philippe.
Alvy.
Johan Durant. Probably Guille or McNerney.
Guille. Guillermo Nunez.
Me.
Best volley?
Durant. Johan. Alvy.
Guillermo Nunez.
Guillermo Nunez.
Guillermo Nunez.
Powers. I think it's one of the best on all of them.
Mark Powers' volley's unbelievable. I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of a volley he is.
Best overhead?
Guille. I mean, we got to go with Guy Nunez on that one.
Powers.
Juan Araya.
Tyler Frazier. Johan Durant. Durant.
And best competitor?
Adam Morgan. Adam Morgan.
Me.
Mark Powers.
I think I'm going to give that one to Guy Nunez too.
Alvy.
I'm gonna put myself on that one.
All right, how do we stream all of these games?
Well, we engineered a fast, reliable Xfinity internet.
So you never miss a moment while streaming live sports?
Isn't that the best part about working here?
No, it's the uniform.
Actually, Mr. Jalen, I do feel a little self-conscious.
Yeah, and I feel ridiculous.
I mostly feel cold.
Meeting over.
It's fine. Try to make y'all look fresh. They don't get it.
Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with Xfinity Sports and News TV. Save more than $150 a year over YouTube TV.
Want to see how Volley can transform?
At Volley, we build tools to unlock your potential. The new Volley PTI feature breaks down your game like never before. Ever wondered, which partner has impacted my PTI the most? What's our win percentage as the favorite or underdog? Do I perform differently in 2 or 3 set matches? Now, it's all at your fingertips. The PTI tool is free to everyone. Download the Volley app today and level up your game. We'll see you on the court.
Historically, Glen Oak is a golf-only club, but they wanted to add an extra amenity, and Glen Ellen has a huge community for paddle. We were lucky to pull 200 players from the Glen Ellen community.
Many members had played at the Glen Ellen Park District.
We were able to get a bunch of teams going, kind of right off the bat.
The facility has been an amazing addition to Glen Oak. It's really brought a lot of new ladies to the sport.
And it's not only the courts, but this beautiful paddle hut.
Having a place to hang out, relax, catch a game, as well as come and play paddle with your friends has been a huge attraction. As you come up the ramp to the sports complex, the first thing that you're gonna see is that large outdoor patio.
There's a fireplace out here on the main level.
You can drink and eat with your friends, as well as look out to the 9th hole where you can watch some golfers come through during the right seasons. As you head inside, you'll walk into our large lounge space and dining area.
There's a really long bar with beautiful light fixtures. There's made-to-order food.
We got a great bar staff, great restaurant.
You can get quesadillas and burgers. The ribs are awesome here.
We have a ton of bar seating and lounge seating. We have our cubby area where you can store all of your belongings, 4 TVs, an indoor fireplace.
It's a great place to come on a Friday night just to hang out.
Bring the kids down. It's very family friendly, so we've brought our families in on Sundays and kind of been teaching them the game.
Downstairs you're going to see a fully stocked bar, as well as 3 golf simulators, and our second outdoor patio where you can hang out by our fire pit and enjoy the evening after you play. The membership loves the full year-round rackets operation.
There's a lot of different opportunities for all levels. We have children's programs,
Couples paddle,
mixers.
our other friends over at the Park District, we've invited them. We actually tend to call it the vortex sometimes. We'll come down here and we're all getting together and having so much fun, nobody ever wants to leave. So it's really been great.
We are at Glen Oak Country Club, and this is the APTA Hut of the Month.
Hi, my name is Macy Elliott, and my tip of the week is on your roller. A lot of times when I see people hit rollers, they tend to go over the ball because they want to bring it down and create more spin. But when you do that, you're actually going to create a lot of pressure on your elbow. So a lot of times when people get tennis elbow, it's from that. Instead, I want you to go straight up on the ball and pretend like you're going to finish all the way up with your knuckles to your ear. This upward motion will create more spin and it will grab less of the ball than if you were to go over it. If you grab too much of the ball, you don't get as much spin and it's not quite as effective versus going straight up the back and finishing up by your ear. I'm Macy Elliott. Hope you enjoyed this tip of the week. I'll see you on the courts.
Johan Durant from SA Rackets. Just so you know, they forced me to do this tip for APTA. It's not going to be as good as the SA Rackets one, so follow them. But here comes the tip. It's very simple. On the volley, if you can, and you're close to net, really work on closing your racket face, because that way you can keep the ball down. If you keep your face open, they hit it hard, it's very difficult to get the ball in. Maybe a little bit more. Hey, hit it low here, donkey. Simple tip, but a good one. If you change from being on the net to off the net, obviously you want your face to be open. Fantastic. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, I'm Mike Yahimski. I'm the National Chairman of the Umpires Committee for the APTA. So I started umpiring back, it was maybe 5 years ago. There was a local tournament at my home club at Indian Trail Club, and they needed umpires. And I put my hand up to volunteer for that tournament, and here I am, running the APTA umpires. So becoming an umpire is easy. I'll send you a bunch of materials that you read through, including the rules. There's a special handbook that basically walks you through the entire process to make sure that you're successful up in the chair from day one. There's a 15-question multiple choice certification exam. Super simple for the most part. If you play paddle, you'll pass it right away. And then I'll put you in, when you pass, I'll put you in touch with the regional captain, and they'll get you up in the chair at the next tournament. An ideal candidate is, obviously, you have to love paddle. And then someone who has confidence. If you want to make a call, you got to stick to it. You got to be confident. And someone who doesn't mind being a little cold up there sometimes, or a little wet. But anybody really who wants to give back to the APTA and the game of paddle, becoming an umpire is truly the perfect opportunity. My name again, Mike Yahimski. I'm the National Chairman of the APTA Umpires Committee. If you're interested in becoming an umpire, reach out to me and I'll give you all the information you need.
Who would you say is the player with the best serve?
Lynn Burris. Lynn Burris has the best serve.
Floor, Lynn, Bia, and Thea.
Me.
Player with the best cutter?
Best cut winner, I think you'd have to go B. Lopez. Marie Maturka. I think Anna. Zibori.
Next question. Anna Marie Zibori. Zibori and myself.
Best roller?
Gabby Nicoleska.
Best roller, Macy.
Macy. She's hit me a few times. Charlotte Sikora.
Me.
Player with the best drive?
Me.
I would say Gabby, Lynn, myself.
Anna.
Best blitz?
Can I say myself? Myself. Allison Morgan.
Addison.
Floor. by far.
The team, Allison Morgan and Charlotte Sikora, they're amazing.
Best volleys.
I think Lynn.
Allison.
Lynn.
Halbauer, she can really hurt you with the volleys.
Best overhead.
I don't know. That's a hard one. Can I come back to that one?
Me.
Best competitor.
Ooh. Macy Elliott.
Floor Honish.
Macy. Myself.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the APTA Tour. We are live from Philadelphia. Cricket Club Finals of the Men's. Incredible match going on. This is Brad Easterbrook and Mike Raleigh doing their best Patty Hogan impersonation. We saw McNerney Morgan, amazing play, 7-6 tiebreaker in the first set. And we just saw Nunez and Powers. They never say die. Nunez and Powers are defending national champs, not going away without a huge fight here. Incredible play. And we are off for a third set. Welcome back.
Thank you, Patty. We are off indeed for a third set and, you know, a no tiebreaker third set. I don't know if you explained that to the viewers out there. So
you know what? I have not, Brad. I was waiting for you to come back.
So we've had 2 tiebreakers. That means this thing goes to 6-6. It can go to 8-6. You got to win by 2 games. So it's going to 8-6. It's going to 10-8. It's going wherever it is.
All right, guys, third set.
Brad, last time Chicago team won nationals? What year?
Let's see. I guess I'm going to go with Uline and Keevins, 2000.
I have some answers in front of you on my clipboard.
Oh, Chris Gambino. All right, so
he was
I thought
a
you meant
transplant.
No. He's a Chicago guy, but he's a New Jersey guy actually, but in Chicago. But I don't want to call that a Chicago team.
Okay, I got you.
All right, I should call that Chicago player on a team.
Understood.
So getting back to the drawing board here for these players, 10 minutes. Do I honestly believe fitness is going to be an issue? I really don't. It's going to be more the mental fitness at this point. And where do we go from here? You know, 2 match points for McNerney. They aren't able to, you know, complete. And they're going out hitting. That's already 3 balls McNerney's hit. So we've decided they're going for it. I do not mind that at all.
I don't think the umpire, Mike Yahimski, minds that either.
He does not. He's very Christmassy up there in his red, you know.
Representing the Trail Club. Mike's a great guy, does a phenomenal job for APTA as an umpire. And up there for the final, he didn't take a break after 4 hours. Remarkable achievement.
It's actually an amazing achievement. And forget 4 hours, we're way past that. Jake, what do we got, brother? What is that? 4.5 hours already. Okay, love 15. This has the makings of a quicker set here. The question is, if it goes faster, does it benefit Nunez and Powers? All, you know, probably most pundits would say it does.
So when you said this is not, you don't think it's the physical nature of this, you think it's the mental fitness, Brad, that could be the difference here in this third set?
Well, already McNerney and Morgan have decided they're hitting, right? Is that to their advantage? I don't know. We'll have to see. It's 15-all here, not nearly enough information to see. But points are going to get shorter for sure. And it's still going to come down to making choices and executing. And you can play faster, but you still got to be very, very, very judicious with, you know, not giving away points. And McNerney and Morgan were very good about that. You know, they gave away very little in 2 sets. They play faster, they're going to start giving away more.
Brad, I was outside enjoying the action earlier, and I just was astounded with Morgan's play early in this match, Brad.
15,
I mean,
30.
he was so laser focused. I mean, all of these players, I just was floored by that first set, watching McNerney and Morgan, Brad.
Morgan, when we got to the second set, and McNerney and Morgan were up 4-1. And I turned to Mike, and I asked him, who's the MVP of this match so far, to this point? Adam Morgan. And that was my MVP to that point. At that very point, he missed a few, started missing a couple of drives. Just a couple, enough to make a crack, right? And that's where they made the comeback to 4-4. And then, of course, you know, it just came right down to the wire. And, you know, he was lights out for a set and a half.
Go. Help. Hit. Hit. Hit.
Brad, I don't want to make you jealous, but I went inside. There is a massive party going on here at the Cricket Club. They've got the giant screens. Everybody's in there watching and dancing at the same time.
That's pretty good multitasking. And they've done everything right here at the Philadelphia Nationals. So a great after party would be expected. Amazing job by Bruce Redpath and his committee tournament director.
Brad, if a paddle match goes over 5 hours and you spring ahead and you lose an hour, does that count against the total time of a match?
That's actually an amazing point there. I'm going to let our producers decide that stuff. That seems to be way above my pay grade. But that's an amazing point, Patty. You know, I think it would, you're springing ahead. Let's see. Yeah, it's just about time to start and time to finish. It doesn't count. Oh, thinking blitz from Nunez, who, when it mattered most in that tiebreak, comes up with 3 blitz plays that completely turned the complexion of that second set tiebreaker.
Let it go. Come on. 15-40. Yes!
That is a huge break, and I love
Game, McNerney, Morgan, they lead
that resounding
1 game
yes
to love, third set.
from McNerney. He wants to get off to a fast start here, and they do. And they're coming out hot. I like it. They're coming out with the energy. The worst thing you could have here is coming out flat.
I feel the energy is back. There's a little bounce. How much has Graham's hair grown throughout this match?
I mean, I'm going to say 5 hours worth.
Like another half inch?
You go, perhaps. That's trouble.
Go. Hit it. Hit it. You. You. You.
Brad, we started play here this morning, 8:30. How many hours ago was that?
I mean, this is a lot. I'm going to go with a lot, Pat.
You know?
Yeah, that was a good 14 hours ago. So, yeah, we're getting a day's worth here. Again, that's trouble. What a move by Power. Still got some speed in there. But these off-pace balls are not going to serve them. He got that?
That was an incredible get from Powers. I'm not sure he got it.
No, I don't think he did.
15 love.
I think he called it on himself.
Hold on. Oh, he's just saying he couldn't see it. Yeah, didn't get it. I didn't think he could have gotten it, so no surprise whatsoever. That is point to McNerney and Morgan. And they are coming out with the energy they need here. Nunez Powers put everything into just getting in and holding that set. I love how McNerney and Morgan are starting this. Oh. Tried to make that one a little too good. He's got this easily. Yeah, no chance. No chance for Powers. Got that easily above the net. Just pushes it into the open court.
40-30.
Perfectly read. That ball needed to spin back into the net for it to work. Went to the service line. Game point for McNerney. Takes the return that time. We have not seen that very much today. McNerney's had the better of it on the return end of things, on the serve versus return. So huge shot there. Maybe that bodes well for down the road. For Nunez and Powers. Settling back in. These long, important points here. There's waiting for the right ball to go for. Yep. Whoa! And there were a little confusion there, a little bit of a move from Nunez.
Morgan, they lead 2 games to love, third set.
A little flat, a little hangdog there from Nunez Powers. They got to get some energy back up here.
And a big smile from Adam Morgan.
Yeah, and it got a lot of crowd support out there. You could hear the shouts, but, you know, for Nunez and Powers, but I tell you, the crowd is in partying.
They're imparting the Mark Powers fan clubs.
They're still in it.
Everybody's out there. Graham's dad's out there. Allison Morgan cheering on Adam. Mark Powers fan club, they're all out there. Guy Nunez, his fan club, they're staying out there till the end, no matter what, Brad.
That's a hardcore fan. That'll do.
15 love.
Great drop shot read there, set up by a good soft overhead into the screen. There you go, tournament director. I think Bruce Redpath sneaking behind that court.
Bruce is always on the move.
30 love.
He's a top-level soccer player in his day. Turn paddle player, very good one as well.
40 love.
Right, so on the verge of getting their first game. Get their feet wet in this third set. Again, we are not playing a tiebreaker in this set, so it's getting played out. Got to win by 2 games.
Can we renegotiate that, Brad, or is it too late?
I mean, I'll negotiate. Oh! Great hands there from McNerney.
40-15.
Yeah, he track it down, no way. Yeah, it's a little sluggish. It's
40,
a little
30.
slower for everyone out there, conserving their energy just a little bit. This thing has been 5 hours in the making. I think it was the longest match that I called previously before. This is going to surpass that.
Great touch.
Nunez
Wow,
Powers.
McNerney Morgan.
McNerney Morgan
Up
lead,
2-1. Nunez
third
Powers
set.
had to have that game here in the third set.
One more.
So Mike Raleigh's back.
Patty, what'd I miss?
Well, I mean, you picked a fine time to go take some laps around the parking lot, Mike.
You know, I just wanted to make sure that everything was still, that Bruce team here was still rocking, and they are. Full disclosure, I did go get a little substance and had to choke down a couple tacos in there. And they had a great band, so I did a little dancing just to stay loose. So
Yeah, that's important.
yeah, what did I miss?
Well, McNerney Morgan jumped out, leapt out to a 2-love lead in this set. Grinded third game right there, and Nunez Powers came up with it. 2-1. There's Allison Morgan
Allison
in the pink
Morgan.
hat.
I mean, God love her.
She's down to the wire. There's Allison
I
out there.
happened to run into Graham's wife as I was walking through, and I said, "How you doing?" And she just shook her head.
I'll tell you, more McNerney came out. They looked like they had some of those protein balls that they were serving earlier, and they just got a surge of energy.
Really? Well, good for them.
They had bounce in their step, just like you when you came back in, Mike. But Nunez Powers had to have that third game, and they got it. And now I feel like their energy's kind of returned a little bit with that. It's amazing how much better you feel when you get that.
Yes.
You get that game.
Well, that's kind of, you almost look at it like a statement game where, we've got to come out. And, they lost at 2 match points there in the second set.
30 love.
That they want to come out, positive and have a very short memory. But looking forward, got to come out, ready to roll.
What's the longest match you ever played, Mike?
I can tell you it was actually there was a playoff match. One of the last matches I played, it was 4 hours and 15 minutes. Scott Mansinger and I lost 6-4 in the third set to Scott Bondurant. 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Wow.
Only 7-5 in the third. Couldn't walk for 4 days. I don't know how Bondurant did it. God love him. He was
What an eye right there, Mike.
Game, McNerney, Morgan. They lead 3-1, third set.
I mean, how much of this is a mental battle as well as a physical battle?
Brad thinks it's mostly mental.
Yeah.
I think the physical is coming into it a little bit, tiny bit.
It has to in some respects. I mean, even though this is only their second match of the day, but I mean, there's that combination of physical and mental where, I mean, I'm exhausted. I've been just running my mouth, you know. It's and we have had some crazy let cord.
Wow.
15 love.
Graham went big right there. Just couldn't pull it off.
Love.
Mike Shabria, one of Chicago's finest, he said, what was the longest match that Raleigh and Noble ever played? I think it was about 42 minutes. Either win fast or lose faster.
30-15.
Connor Breen's chiming in from Jersey. Good evening, Connor. He said the last final that went this long was Araya Parsons versus Hughes and Powers, 2019 Pittsburgh Nationals.
Okay.
Mike.
40-15.
Now, have you seen a drop in focus in this third set, or are we still in a? I mean,
Are you talking about the commentators or the players?
Let's talk about the players
Okay.
first. I know the commentators. I was catching a little bit of that before Brad stepped away from the mic there for a second. That was rock solid, if not better. But it amazes me that, you know, the 5-hour match I called a couple weeks ago with Brad, the level of play sustained.
That's what's
you know,
remarkable about this.
you know, and it's funny. It's a similar storyline in the sense that Salazar and Regalado had. They had multiple match points in the second set tiebreaker. They were up 6-3, and they ended up losing that. And then Morgan and McNerney, you know, won the third set. But the level of play, it was, you know, it remained extremely high. Boy, that's great pressure. And it, you know, the pressure in two ways. The big drive of Morgan, but also the pressure of the blitz. Because not only do you have to try to make the volley, but boy, you got to try to avoid, you know, the Condor coming in there and
Thor.
his wingspan.
Thor making his move, Mike.
His wingspan, you know, 7 feet.
Big shout out to everybody enjoying the action from Pittsburgh. My pal Natalie's chiming in. One of my favorite partners. I had a lot of favorite partners.
Did you really?
How many favorite partners did you have, Mike?
Oh, I loved them all.
Me
You
too.
kidding me?
That's how I feel. Loved all my partners. They were all exceptional.
How many do you think say the same about myself? I don't know.
Now that's what makes this sport so special. I met my pal Natalie.
Nunez Powers. McNerney Morgan lead 3-2, third set.
Pittsburgh Nationals one year. I think I was out there for the mixed nationals. I think I got it handed to me by Bobo and John Milbank, maybe in the final out there. But met a lot of the Pittsburgh Pittsburgh peeps, and I love going back, Mike. And it's like going to Chicago. You come to
Yeah.
these cities. Philly's a special paddle city. Everybody just embraces everybody who's enthusiastic about the great sport of platform tennis. So fun. Shout out to Deb Chelson. She's enjoying the action with David, although I'm not sure David's still awake at this point. I don't know how many people are, Mike.
Yeah, I know, but he might be watching it on the stream, and we won't know any better, but we can still say hello.
Shannon Vincent, I mean, she's happy about being a 3-hour different change.
Oh, yes.
Love 15.
Shout out from the Mark Powers fan club there, Mike.
They're very vocal.
Graham's dad is so nervous he can't even cheer up. He can't cheer on Graham and Adam at this point. So I'm going to say I do feel there's some heavier legs out there right now, right at this moment.
Well, I think all four of them play so physical, right? That it would not surprise me that the legs are getting a little heavier.
My legs got a little heavy, but they're getting lighter now because Brad Easterbrook is back in the booth.
The great news is, Patty, and I appreciate you, the interchangeable parts that we are as a broadcasting team here. We bring in the reliever to gain some sustenance and make sure we hydrate.
All right, so good job. So good job from those guys to get back into this down 3-1. But, you know, to me, from the get-go, McNerney and Morgan, after that disappointment not closing it out, they came out fired up.
That's what I heard.
You know, and it seems to me like at the start of this that just, you know, Powers and Nunez are just trying to get some energy back up.
Wow.
That's just tremendous shot, but again, all set up with that great screen on the one before. He can't lift the lob. Makes him pay. And it's always kind of, oh, bounce it. Not listening in that one. And that's the same exact play that we saw in the tiebreaker where the drive's going back.
15,
So they're going to have a quick conversation about that one. Nunez moving forward, not able to get the ball down, and sitting duck is McNerney.
I think we're, oh, and did you inform the viewing about there is no tiebreaker in the third set? Did you
We did
make sure
talk
you
about
covered
that, and indeed that's how it's going to go. So 2 break points here to even it up for Nunez Powers, who took a second to get their sort of feet back underneath them and get their energy back up. Yeah, great bail back. Such good hands there from Nunez. Takes straight aim at the crease, doesn't quite get it. And a good little turnaround get from Morgan there. Yeah, that ball's wide. So
30, 40.
1-point giveaways. Again, the pace is definitely a little faster. They'll flirt with these moments of the slow,
Yep.
but it gets faster. And also, I just don't think the gets are quite there as they were before. Like
Well,
the
you'd
legs
have
are a
to
little slower.
Expect it,
Yeah.
you know, a little bit heavier.
Oh, on the line. Oh, what a turnaround shot.
You go from. He snatched that point. He stole that. He absolutely stole that.
He did indeed, and you could hear Powers yell, "Come into net," you know, whereas he got stuck halfway between. Powers looking for the blitz.
I think everybody thought that ball was going to be out. Powers included.
And this would be a tremendous hold from 40-15 down. Oh! He just took the cut.
Nunez Powers.
It actually shocked me here in the booth. I thought I might get hit by that.
All or nothing there, wasn't it?
All right, so third break point here for Nunez and Powers. And Powers has been, he found the return on a couple of these in the first game. I like how McNerney's taking his time. Backcourt switch. Screen drive coming. Too much. If I'm Morgan, I might bail there. That's like a high slam dunk.
I agree.
You know, points are too precious right now, and you're on the downscale of a momentum shift.
Yes.
Let's not let him get it.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so they right that ship. 3-all, down 3-1. 2 games in a row for Nunez Powers. Ooh, just cleared the net.
15 low.
Just been a phenomenal match from all players. You know, we talked about it. 7-6, 4-1 up. At that point in the match, we both agreed Adam Morgan, MVP of this match. That moment forward, just a couple of misses here and there sort of opens the crack, the door, right? Nunez Powers creep in there, squeeze out that second set after 2 match points down. And here they are catching up again. All the players are great battlers.
I mean, you know, it's an incredible thing when you think about, here we are at men's national finals. 3-all, third set, 4+ hours later. And
5+ hours later.
They're still battling. Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, and you think of the number of great final matches there's been. There's been a lot. You know, and when you look back at Chicago, I think it was 2005, Uline and Kevins when they won the Nationals. Brian can't even hold on to his paddle.
Yeah.
You know, his hands cramping. Who was that, Caldwell and Cordish? I think they beat.
First one, didn't they beat Flint? No, maybe it was Caldwell Cordish, yeah.
You know, but it just, I mean, you know, this brings out the best.
I was just thinking about how I'm going to react when this is over. If I'm going to jump into your arms, Mike.
There we go.
And be like, come on
but
now.
I don't want anybody to lose. You know, it's
no, it's a great sentiment you got there, and I agree with you. You know, the storylines on this are so great, from you know, but you're just talking about the fact that they're putting their heart and soul out here.
Yeah, you know,
for display for everybody, and you know, it's just you don't want a Warrior to go down, but yet that's the nature of competition. But you're right.
My oldest son just texted from Austin. Shout out to Baker and his girlfriend Maggie. They wanted to do a safety check on me and make sure they didn't hear me talking for a while.
All right, a little confusion there again from Nunez Powers. Nobody's out of the woods here. Nobody can afford a dip. And you can see there in the back row, Andrew Long, Derek Yost, the umpire, Tiernan Kavanagh. You know, these are the diehards now making it to the end of this. And, of course, after this match, we will have a ceremony for our winners. Thank our tournament presenters, all our sponsors, all that jazz. Really has been a fantastic go for these guys. Bruce Redpath did a great job. And all day long we saw, you know, also the people who are coming up the next round at Canoebrook Country Club. It's going to be in Jersey in the next Nationals. They're making their plans already.
Yeah, they're already planning for, well, it is less than 12 months away now, right?
And, you know, as you spring forward, maybe we're losing some time.
That's right. They lose an hour tomorrow.
Losing an hour. They better get cracking. Oh, tries for the perfect spotted drive on the line.
30-15.
I mean, there is to be expected a slight dip in maybe some of the decision making when you're into your 5th hour of play in this match. And nice drive from Morgan. And also you notice how footwork gets a little tougher. You know, a volley that 3 hours ago Nunez would have slid behind and not reached for.
Oh, what a return from Morgan.
30-40.
Great lob there.
4 really good lobs in a row.
Oh! He does put his all into it every time.
I can just envision, like, Adam Morgan maybe like making PB&J at home, and he's grunting at it, and like, you know, all the, you know, the
you want a good PB&J, you got to put in the effort.
Yes.
I mean, he's not just making your type of PB&J. This is
it's got to be like, what do you think, extra crunchy?
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Got to have some texture in there. Oh, confusion again. Just keeping those lobs so deep. That one's short. Oh, nice dig. Is he going to finish it? Beautifully done. Great gets there from McNerney. Powers trying to make that one into the snowboard, but it pops up a little bit. There we go, Matt Lemery.
Matt Lemery. God
That's
love
perfect.
him.
Oh, break
nice
of serve
pressure.
on the pressure blitz from McNerney.
Morgan. They lead 4-3, third set.
How about a read from our sponsor? Volley, another paddle season is wrapped. Did your PTI improve? If not, it's time to train smarter with Volley. This season, Volley players at all levels improved their PTI by 2 points or more using AI-powered drills, around-the-clock availability, and real-time feedback. Thousands have leveled up their game, and now it's your turn. Try Volley for free this offseason and see for yourself.
All right, this is it. Whatever you got left in the tank, it's kind of go time here. And I kind of brought it up in the beginning. It's a lot of this is also your mental fitness, not just your fitness. You know, you get tired, easier to lose focus, the whole works.
Boy, the crowd is...
Well, the crowd is just filled with diehards and supporters at this point in time.
You
We're
know,
getting past this 5-hour mark. Adam Morgan, we've said this a little bit before, they tend to have a little better service attack game here when Morgan serves. And they get it right from the get-go there, big return, and then the hook drive behind McNerney, so smart, misses the turnaround drive.
You know, be interesting to see if the style of changes, the style of play, as
Powers reads it.
As you know, so are they going to take on more risk rather than continuing to play these long points?
I think they're going to pick their moments is what it's going to amount to. That last point was a really long point that they ended up winning, McNerney and Morgan, but it was a break point. I think at 15-all, we're going to see kind of more whatever happens, and then when they get to the business end of the game, they're going to pick their moments. All right, huge play. Great return from Nunez, getting the stretch volley.
30.
Powers just tattooed that forehand.
And this is what we talk about. This is where they got to make hay. You know, they've had a good run on the Morgan return. You know, because it's just easier for them to strike it, you know, the underhand serve. And a great point brought in by Dan Englander. He said when, you know, Powers and Nunez were up 15-love in a game, that was their first lead in 5 hours. And this, when they got up in that set at 3-all, you know, when they got up 15-love, that was their first lead in 5 hours. They've been behind this entire game.
Wow.
See, because they won the tiebreaker, so it was only just one set all. Literally the first time they actually had a lead. So it's actually kind of a fun little.
Yeah, geez,
yeah.
Dan, well done.
Yeah, pretty good job. And you know, but you never really thought he was all that smart. So
I never said that. I never said. I thought he was brilliant. He's just proving me right.
Anyway, it is a great point, and it's a funny little distinction out there, because that's what sports is. You know, we always talk about it. You can win a match, but lose more points than your opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, you see these moves that they're making, whether it's off of, you know, a third panel slam or, you know, Morgan spinning around in the corner. I mean, every one of those is like a body blow, you know, and over the span of 5 hours, we're talking major, you know, pounding on the body. So I'm extremely impressed, not only physically how these guys are doing.
Ooh. Morgan's MO, though, isn't to hit like an off-pace drive.
Right.
He's a thunder hitter, right?
You either bring it or you don't.
Well, he brings it, right? And it's surprising to see him even hit that type of shot, you know, but either way, game 4-4. Let's keep going.
15-love.
Any free point you get at this point, you're like,
oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Exactly. Thank you. You know, the only bonus is it's likely the other guys are going to throw you one back because everybody's getting a little tired. The decision making is getting a little worse.
A little
right?
tired.
And the mental drain, the entire match just sort of weighs you on you the whole time.
It's a great lob.
Outstanding.
Really good defensive
And look at
overhead.
that next lob. Maybe even better. The spot of those two lobs. Yeah, they got to come back. Well played by everyone there, including Nunez making a foray back. So quick. Switch in the backcourt. Oh!
Great eye.
All right. Great eye confirmed by Mike Yahimski. And he's still looking at him, seeing if he'll change his mind. or maybe he's going to give him the glare, the evil eye. All right, 15 all. And there goes, that was the second lead that Powers and Nunez had in the match at 15-love in that game.
It's a fickle
now
thing.
That's going to get smashed. Good play there, great cutoff, gets the ball above the net, volleys it down. Great lead from McNerney there.
Do you think that was a leave or a whiff?
I think it was a leave. At this point, I'm going to give him. I'm giving him all the credit on everything that comes. That was totally a great leave. Oh, striking!
Wow.
Double break point.
40.
With McNerney serving. McNerney, it's not that they haven't broken him, but they have a tougher time with the return end of that game.
Great point. Love that overhead.
Absolutely perfect. Powers.
Are you kidding me?
Why not?
Wow.
30-40.
I got chills. That was so
Feather
good.
duster.
Yeah.
There we go. It's going to get hit. No, surprising lob there. I thought he was going to take that screen drive. Wow. Right there on the line.
I mean, if you think at how many times we've had Morgan lunging, spinning,
And making the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
let's add that part to it, and making it.
I'd just be a ball of cramps in the corner crying.
Wow, great lob. Yeah, this is like we talked about when we see the points at this moment, the break point. This is the exact same point they played in the 3-all game. 30-40, break point for McNerney Morgan, and they just slowed this thing down to a crawl. And then they took their one strike near the end of it. And, you know, Morgan's been just pretty faithful. He's taking his drives when he's getting them. No, he gets the short one, and he baited him into that. That's what he wanted. Yeah. Now, McNerney can make that, but he wanted to see where it goes. Great shot. He kept it just low enough where McNerney had to hit up on the ball. Wow. Great call there from Powers. He didn't really hit it, but he did get it away from the blitzing Morgan.
That's a good touch on that overhead. And sometimes that ball with no pace, no
Hard.
spin, is extremely hard off that side screen because you really don't get anything to work with as a lobber.
Yeah, here the push starts. There's the dink play. Then that's a great ball for them. It does sort of start a thing, and it baits them into it. It gives them better opportunities. And you see it started with the dink.
Yeah.
It started there. Then the lob's a little short. They're a little out of position to begin with. Ability to defend is decreased.
Advantage Nunez Powers.
There it is. So now he gets that one behind. Weak lob here. Here we go. Let's eat that up. Great ball. Oh, can they dig it? They do. That is just... Oh, Nunez!
Let's go.
I did not think that was coming back.
Incredible. Incredible.
You really can't do much better than McNerney did there.
I mean, he almost got that off the snowboard.
Oh, great overhead with the backhand there from a tough position.
See if we get a sneaky blitz from Nunez, like he had in that tiebreaker in the second set.
I tell you, in big moments, Nunez has come up with this get here, massive.
Huge.
You know, if they hold this game, you're going to look at that. In that tiebreaker, 3 blitz plays after getting, what, won the rest of the match?
Yeah.
You know, big moments. Came up big. Did you just check your watch on me?
I did.
Because I don't know, at this point, Mike, what are we doing?
I was just curious.
What are we doing?
Just curious.
That's a great leave there and a good call from Morgan. I like the blitz move, actually. Slippery. These guys' level of focus has been off the charts. Willingness to grind, battle this entire way. Nice. That was out, I thought. Nope.
Boy.
On the line. Beautiful. Oh, no deal!
Oh, wow! Are you kidding me?
He spun him around, and then they were on top of each other. So it was a tough get here. What a shot down the line that was. Yeah, I think Powers ended up playing it's a little off the screen, but at that point, too much. Uh-oh, can Powers make this dig? Lay it all on the table, boys. Oh!
Wow. You just see Nunez smiling like,
Advantage,
can't
Nunez
believe it.
Powers.
I just listened to the crowd noise. I'm not sure what "always my boy" is, but in some countries that's a real, like
that'll get you fired up.
That'll get you fired up. All right, so Nunez Powers, can they actually? My boy. Okay, that's an old school reference. Very good, nice job. That play has been so good for them. The off-pace ball. Wow, what a shot there from a tough situation. Oh, beautiful transition balls. Oh, what a fake.
Oh, that's an even better fake. Are you kidding me?
Beautiful.
Oh, he holds on to that thing. Dropped it like it was hot. Put that thing to bed. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Deuce.
You can't do that better. And what he did to Powers on the ball before, faked it down up and then pushed it slow and right at his feet. Set the entire thing up. Oh! This thing is back and forth, Michael. How's your hypertension?
You know, I'm doing all right so far. It's a great lob.
Yeah, and you can see the perfect one next, right down the line, spotting it in the perfect space.
That's in that zone that they've had, you know, a few times under extreme pressure where, you know, the ball landed or there was confusion that ended up in an error.
Yeah, it's happened at least 3 or 4 times. There's no question. And it could rear its head at an ugly time in the match at the wrong time. I mean, by and large, they've done a good job.
Yeah.
But it's there. And especially as you get later in, a little more weary, a little late with the call, that kind of thing. Powers going to, oh, he goes straight at him. Thought he was going to go right at the crease there. He's coming again. Wow. Good little move from Morgan, though, because even if he speeds the overhead up, possible screen drive scenario, he misses that. I think he actually tried to make a perfect little volley there. Like slide it behind him a little.
In there, yeah. What do you think? A drive down the line here from Morgan? Not on that good of a serve. Wow.
Right in there. Beautiful ball. Nice transition. It's going to be a tough one. Good job. Yeah, good little turnaround there. That one right in the crease. Ooh. Top of the net.
Collective gas from everybody in the booth.
Wow, I could not see if that was in or out, but great lob from that situation.
Well, and then how about the ball from Powers? That
Yep.
you would have thought that there were 16 ways to attack that, but he put it in a perfect position and forced another lob from McNerney. Wow. Is it a left court?
I think it was, but I don't know.
Advantage McNerney Morgan.
That's out.
Oh my goodness.
All right, a little blip, little blip.
Little blip.
McNerney Morgan, they lead 5-4, third set.
And they are serving for the match.
I can tell you, if I was playing this match, there wouldn't be enough Gatorade or bananas to keep me going. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's just a slight little blip there.
I mean, can I take a second and say how good Joho has been in the production of this live streaming? You guys have crushed it, and thanks for having me with you guys. I mean, wow.
All right. Nunez Powers have broken back from 3-2 down, 4-3 down, and now they've got to break back from 5-4 down. Do they got one more in them? This time it's McNerney serving. They broke him the last time at 3-2. They don't return as well against him, but really doesn't mean that much. Just decreases chances ever so slightly.
Oh! Wow.
Big time play from McNerney with the hands.
We got a standing ovation here in the booth.
You got to stand for it to be a standing
I know,
ovation.
I'm too tired.
5 hours of commentary really worked the legs.
Can't feel my feet. Are you
What a
kidding me?
play. It was a great move from Powers. He had the ball down, but just that's the difference making volley ability. That's trouble. That's not a good play. Powers, he knows that was a bad mistake.
30 love.
2 points from victory again for McNerney Morgan. They've already had 2 match points in this match. That's out. Flip shot there, gives one back.
30-15.
How big do you think Powers goes here?
I don't know. He hasn't been striking.
No.
I think it's too much risk. I don't think he goes big. I think he lets it go to the screen and lobs it back, but we'll see. Yeah.
Too good of a serve there.
Yeah, but he had already decided.
Yeah.
He was already bailing out when that serve went up. You know, he's like, I cannot risk this. My percentages have not been high enough on the return. Nunez has a much better look at it because it's high off the screen.
Yeah, and instead of jumping into him, it's jumping a little bit
right
away
from him. Right.
I'm surprised
Again,
he didn't go with the dropper there.
Yeah,
Cut drop. Cut drop.
Oh, but he's in the net,
no!
and that is it.
Are you kidding me? A fantastic get, but he ran into the net.
40-15.
Again, the 3/4 to half-pace drives just get him into trouble here in a crucial moment, and we have double match point. Nothing Powers could do about that.
No, just too good.
There it is!
Wow, game, set, and match. McNerney Morgan, 7-6, 6-7, 6-4. We have crowned our 2025 national champions.
What a match that was. I'm going to head out, do an interview here. Patty's going to slip in.
Oh, man.
You know, we cannot say enough about all these competitors out here. 5 hours plus out here. Look at that. Look at Morgan. Look at McNerney. It is, yeah, it's just a great sight. I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Are you kidding me? That was incredible. Oh, man. Adam's biggest fan, his wife. Well, Patty, I have to say I didn't know if we could top the women's semifinal. I don't know if that did. I'm rarely ever speechless, but I got to tell you, I think this was a fantastic showing of some of the greatest talents in the game.
Just incredible, and so happy for Morgan McNerney bringing the title back to Chicago.
Yeah.
Mike, you've got to be thrilled with that. And Nunez and Powers, phenomenal effort in this match. I mean, they almost pulled it out. Great final here. Philly, you know, the cricket club, just an outstanding job.
Yeah, and I'm just so happy for that here in the greatest stage of our game to put a product out like that is
just phenomenal achievement for McNerney.
Amazing.
Morgan teamed up this season, got a couple tour wins, but nothing like winning a national title. So awesome for Chicagoland.
Well, and you're culminating a year where they were the second best team throughout the year, you know, and
they were
not second to anybody, but I mean, as far as you look at their body of work, you know, they were clearly
they were the number 2 seed in this tournament, and they came out number 1. Just phenomenal effort.
See
There's Bruce Redpath.
Redpath.
National title, the Don Hyde Cup. Larry out there. There's Mark Innes. Getting everybody lined up. Karen.
Got our
Jedlick
part
and
of our
Walgren.
broadcasting team here coming
Jackie,
up. Brad
Cindy. Phenomenal. Kudos to our tour director, Jackie Cameron. She has been outstanding this entire season. She took over for Shannon Vinson. She's done a wonderful job.
Would you say she's the hardest working woman in paddle?
I think she might be one of the hardest working women.
I mean, you see Karen Najedlik there.
Karen, she may be the hardest working woman.
Ann Waldron.
A lot of the APTA people are really tremendous workers on behalf of the sport that they love so dearly.
Yes.
Bruce Redpath's got the Liberty Bell. Quite a rowdy crowd left here, Mike.
Hey, as they should be, because that was by far one of the better finals I've seen.
The ballroom's full. Hoping some of those people come outside, but I don't think so. It's a little late and a little nippy for that. I think they're going with the band inside.
I mean, what a great way to put, you know, the cherry on top of a wonderful event.
Pairing up in the off season, McNerney and Morgan, Adam had gone to 2 semis with Tyler Fraser.
Yep,
They retooled. Tyler's playing with Eric. They went out quarters. And here, Graham and Adam, just wonderful win. I was a little fixated on Adam Morgan in that first set. Just phenomenal lights-out driving. I've never seen a setup out like that.
Yeah, I would have to say he absolutely.
Close. All right, tell me when we're ready to roll.
We're going to turn it over to Brad Easterbrook.
Pretty good.
Thanks, man.
Maybe not ready to roll yet.
Got to get the committee all lined up in the royal blue jackets.
Perfect.
Brad's working the crowd. He's trying to find who he's going to talk to here.
All right, for those of you guys who braved it out here till, holy cow, 11:35. Let's just hear a round of applause for all the battlers out there. Nunez Powers, our champions, McNerney Morgan, and Mike Yahimski up in the chair. Unbelievable. The Philly Nationals has been amazing. So I'm going to turn this over to the guys right off the bat who were the co-chairs of this tournament, and that is Andy Addis and Bruce Redpath. Guys, come on up here, say a few words. We appreciate all that you did to make this a fantastic Nationals. Andy Addis, Bruce, we see you back there, just so we're clear,
Do I have to press a button or just talk? Okay. Hey guys, just a few thank yous on behalf of Bruce and I, but before I get into that, I just want to tell the players that was an amazing and very epic match. I don't know, 5, almost 6 hours. It was crazy. And it may have felt like you were alone, but you weren't. Even though there weren't that many people in the stands at certain times, there were. I did a sweep of the building, and there were literally 50 folks in the sponsor lounge. There are 200 people in the ballroom. There are 100 people in the bar, and there are 50 people in the hut, and they're all watching you guys play. It was so you weren't alone. There's actually everybody here is going back to the ballroom to celebrate with you for a half an hour until we have to shut the place down. But that's more on you than on us because you played for 6 hours. But it was awesome. So just a few thank yous. First off, the committee that put this together. It takes a village, and we had a great village. And a big part of that village was the PCC staff. So let's hear it. So let's hear it for the committee. Everybody up here in the blue coats, just a really talented, passionate, committed group. They were amazing to work with, and they had to put up with Bruce and I for almost a year. More than a year, probably more than a year. The PCC staff, the grounds crew, the F&B crew, the pro staff led by Boris, just amazing. These guys were as excited, if not more excited than we were about putting this event on. They were just fabulous. Bruce or I would have an idea. We'd be like, "Oh, can you guys do this?" And they already did it. Right? It was these guys were amazing. I also, all right. Hey, I got the mic. I can drag this out for as long as I want. No, so just kidding. So the two more things. Shut the fuck up. So is that? Are we on TV? No. Okay, so the APTA, MAPTA, great partners. Wonderful people to work with. They were also very big sponsors of this tournament, and we very much appreciate that. And let's round of applause for those guys. And then last but not least, I promise, our sponsors. We had many sponsors. Many of them are here now. It wasn't cheap. It cost a little bit of money to put all this on, but it was all worth it. And Our 2 platinum sponsors, the Philadelphia Insurance Company and Xfinity or Comcast, were our biggest sponsors, and we very much appreciate that. So, on behalf of the Philadelphia Cricket Club, it was an honor to put this event on, and we hope you guys had a good time. And we have again open bar for 15 minutes. So let's keep this quick. Sorry, I mean. All right, okay, bring it over.
All right, thank you. Here you go. I'm going to keep one hand on the mic for the rest of this time. All right, we're going to bring up our finalists. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mark Powers and Guillermo Nunez. Bring it out here, boys. Tough battle. Amazing season. And congratulations. So guys, season started out rocky. In the last month or two, you guys put it all together, got locked in with how you're playing, and everybody could see the level that you guys could bring it to. That match was a slog. You came through a really, really tough semifinal into that final. The first time you were actually ahead in that match was at 3-all. You went up 15-love in a game. This is the first time you had been ahead in that match in 5 hours. So amazing job. That's got to wear on you mentally, but you guys pushed through and battled to the end, and everybody appreciates it. So let's get another round of applause out here. Guys, anything you want to say?
Yeah, congratulations, boys. You guys played amazing all season. Can't think of anybody who's more deserved. So I'd like to thank my in-laws who are here from South Carolina, my wife, Meredith, my mom who traveled here, Jim Kaufman, who's been helping us all season. So it's quite a battle. Imagine we'll have many more. But congratulations, boys.
Yay.
Well, thank you, everybody. I see a lot of blue jackets in here, so you guys did an amazing job. Super, super fun to play here. These guys, I wish it would be different what we're saying, but good season, man. You guys deserve it. Always good to play with Mark. Thank you for the team here. Sage, Mer, everybody, Jim, Few, Pelham Country Club in there. I'm saying hi to everybody watching back in New York. And see you guys next season. Yeah.
All right, congratulations, guys. We're going to bring Ann Sheedy in here if she's still here to present the medals. No, Ann? All right, we got, Damien, you're going to do this. So here are your medals, gentlemen. Congratulations again. Amazing job. Tremendous season. Beautiful. Again, let's hear it for our finalists. Incredible. All right, and guys, come on back in here. You're not done. Finalists, get back in here. We got a Liberty Bell here. Oh, that's over there. Little Liberty Bell over on this side. Damien, I'm going to take your role here. All right, perfect. Derek Yost and Andy Addis. Congrats, guys. All right, now you're done. All right, perfect. And now, let's move on to the winners, Graham McNerney and Adam Morgan. All right, guys, so what's the deal here? I call your match. You're taking 5 hours out of my life in Short Hills. Sir. You guys got to learn to do this stuff a little quicker.
No, sir.
No, sir. I love it. Whatever it takes to win, and that's what you guys have done all season long. Had an amazing season. 6 hours battling out there. You lose a heartbreaker second set. What did you guys say to each other when you got back in there to go to that third?
Yeah, just every point. We're never going to make it easy on anybody. There's no one I'd rather do it with than this guy. Like, if you're going to beat us, it's going to take 5 hours, and we're going to make it hell for you. So we got in there, and we said, hey, we've been playing these matches all year. We're in great shape. We can bounce back, get some energy. And, I don't know. It could have gone either way. The 4-all game and the last game, who knows? Those guys played awesome. It was the most fun. It was, win or lose, that was the most fun I've ever had in a paddle court. Despite me yelling a couple times, I was loving it the whole time. It was a blast. Yeah.
Adam?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great match. You know, we kind of lost a little energy at the end of the second set and took a little time and regroup and got some food in us, and then we played well in the third set.
Yeah. You know, you did, and you did indeed, and you battled all the way through, and you came out hot with a lot of energy in that third set, and then they kind of regrouped and, you know, got their energy back, but each time they made a foray, 3-all, you were able to break that back. You made them play uphill the entire way, and last point goes, it's got to be the greatest feeling in the world. Congratulations, guys. Anybody you want to thank or anything else you want to say?
Yeah, for sure. I got to thank my wife, my dad, my stepmom Karen for coming out here and supporting us. And everyone, the crowd here, you guys, the energy that you guys were bringing at the end there, we needed it. So thank you so much. Everyone knows this really means a lot to me. I devote a lot of my time and energy watching, listening to you on the live stream and ruining your weekends and playing match after match. And this is, you know, a goal of mine for a long time. So to share it with you guys. Yeah.
That's terrific. Adam?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the APTA, all the staff, all the volunteers, all the sponsors. This was an awesome event. I'd like to thank the crowd. You guys gave us a lot of support, especially Tristan over here. He gave us a lot of energy. That was awesome. I'd like to thank my wife, Allison, for sitting outside in the cold at Short Hills for 5.5 hours, here for 5.5 hours.
He'd like to thank the Birchwood Club as well and all his members there.
I'd like to thank the Birchwood Club for all their support. I'd like to thank my daughter, Kaylee. I know she's watching at home. She's our good luck charm. And also I'd like to thank Graham for playing this season. It was one heck of a year, and you know, it ended out the perfect way.
Yeah. I forgot to say my mom. I love you, Mom. Sorry.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. We're going to give you your medals. And a day like today and a match like that, there really are no losers, but you guys get the big stuff. Congratulations. Come get your medals. Way to go. Perfect. Amy Johnson again presenting the medals. And just so we're clear, this is about the same size, if nobody's been to Philadelphia, as the actual Liberty Bell. It's very similar. Perfect. Guys, your trophies, here they are. Liberty Bells, very cool. Let's get right up on here and hold those trophies for everybody to see. Bring it out. Congratulations, another huge round of applause for Graham McNerney and Adam Morgan, our 2025 national champions.
You gotta get a picture holding it. One more. Do one more.
All right, and we got one more trophy, which is the Donald Hyde Trophy presented by Donald Hyde's son. So come on out. And
No. Oh, this is this one. It's that one?
There it is. Donald Hyde's son, of course, in these parts is known as Larry Hyde. Very famous. All right, Larry. Any words?
Yeah, can I drink out of this?
It is the Donald Hyde Trophy.
It's a beautiful thing.
All right, guys, take a hold of that. Hoist that thing up, guys. You guys deserve it. Tremendous year. National champions again, Adam Morgan and Graham McNerney. Let's go. One more round of applause. That's not enough. There we go.
Oh no, that could be a meme.
Yeah, that's. Well, I think, Patty.
All right, they're going to do a few more pictures, but that's pretty much going to do it here for our 2025 Nationals. Hang around. You guys were the best fans in the world, you guys who stayed here. Congratulations to everybody again. Philadelphia, you guys did an amazing job. Andy Addis, Bruce Redpath, your team was great. We'll see you guys next year in New Jersey. Congratulations again.
Well, Patty, I don't have much else to say, but fantastic match, fantastic job here at the 2025 APTA Nationals, both the women and the men. Kudos to all the staff, the club, Bruce Redpath and his team. Thank you, Patty, for all your work in organizing this degenerate group of broadcasters.
We've had a great time, Mike.
Included,
Wonderful job by everybody.
I sure have loved it, and can't wait to get back at it next year.
Let's go. Next up, Mixed Nationals out of the Indian Trail Club in 2 weeks' time,
Yes,
I think, Mike.
Amen.
All right, that's a wrap from the APTA 2025 National Championships.
Want to see how volley can transform training at your club? We've got a great offer for you. Gather 30 of your club friends and you'll get a free 30-day trial of volley. Experience firsthand how volley's trainer can help everyone improve. Increase reps and track your progress, all while training smarter. Don't miss out. Visit getvolley.com and unlock your club's full potential with a 30-day free trial.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You know you have an account with Philadelphia. A, they're covered properly. You know, the policy is second to none. And B, you're going to have no service issues, whether it's inspections, claims, billing, whatever the problem may be, they're on top of it.
I love working with Philadelphia insurance companies. It's easy doing business with them. They make us look good.
It's a cultural thing with Philadelphia. Everybody is there for you.
All right, how do we stream all of these games?
Well, we engineered a fast, reliable Xfinity internet.
So you never miss a moment while streaming live sports?
Isn't that the best part about working here?
No, it's the uniform.
Actually, Mr. Jalen, I do feel a little self-conscious.
Yeah, and I feel ridiculous.
I mostly feel cold.
Meeting over.
It's fine. Try to make y'all look fresh. They don't get it.
Score the ultimate sports streaming experience with Xfinity Sports and News TV. Save more than $150 a year over YouTube TV.
Total Platform Tennis, the country's leader in court construction and facilities design, is now offering modular warming huts. Here is a sample of what we can provide. For more options and to learn more about this exciting innovation, visit our website at totalplatformtennis.com.